major cuts to government agencies and regulations with advice on doing it from what he calls a Department of Government Efficiency led by tech billionaire Elon Musk and former pharmaceutical executive and presidential candidate Vivek Ramaswamy. The choice for new defense secretary is Fox News host Pete Hegseth. Fox's Aisha Hasni.
This was a surprise. We had heard that Pete was at Mar-a-Lago interviewing for something. He was visiting with the transition team. I will read off a couple of points from the president-elect's statement in which he's explaining why he chose Pete for this position. He talks about Pete's history in the military and how proud he is of his military experience. He's an Army combat veteran who's done tours in Guantanamo Bay, Iraq, and Afghanistan. And he's been on the battlefield. He was decorated with 2 Bronze Stars as well as a combat infantryman's badge.
And President-elect Trump will be back at the White House this morning to meet with President Biden. Republicans now in control of the Senate elect a new leader today behind closed doors.
A new top Senate Republican will be named for the first time since 2007. As Mitch McConnell, the longest-serving Senate leader in history, is stepping aside at the end of this Congress. McConnell hasn't endorsed anyone, but says he's happy the next leader is walking into a Senate majority.
I've been the majority leader, I've been the minority leader. Majority is a lot better.
Current whip and number 2 Senate Republican John Thune of South Dakota is facing off against former whip John Cornyn of Texas and Florida Senator Rick Scott.
Fox's Ryan Schmelz in D.C. Flights from the United States to Haiti are banned for at least the next month in response to gunfire hitting 2 planes flying just over the airport in Port-au-Prince. A disturbance in the Caribbean is on track to become Tropical Storm Sarah by the weekend and possibly hit Florida in the middle of next week. America's listening to Fox News.
Our nation's problems have been building for the past 50 years, and they're not going away overnight, which is why we must prepare now for a financial collapse that will affect the entire economy. The good news is there's an easy way to do that. Hi, I'm Dr. Ron Paul, and I believe everyone should consider a gold IRA from the Birch Gold Group to diversify their IRA or 401k. Gold is a proven bedrock in almost every kind of economy. To learn more, get a free info kit from my trusted friends at Birch Gold by texting the word PROTECT to 989898. Don't wait until decades of government irresponsibility come crashing down on your retirement. Get your free info kit on gold IRAs from Birch Gold now. Text PROTECT to the number 989898. That's PROTECT to 989898.
Message and data rates may apply.
The Morning Extra, only on Extra 106.3.
Morning, y'all. Winning feels so good. It is so opposite of losing. It's amazing. And we continue to win. All we do is win, 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 no matter what.
Oh.
It's amazing.
Sounds like a song.
It does. Somebody should write it. If they hadn't written it, they need to.
Yeah,
somebody should write that down because I'll forget.
You're the music dude.
I know, but I'll write it down and throw it away.
Sounds like a country hit.
Yeah, for sure. No, but I just see all these new names popping up for post positions in the Trump administration, and I continue to be delighted by them.
Yeah, get your Doge merchandise at X.com. It looks good. I saw Elon Musk put it out yesterday. He's going to start selling some of this cool merchandise. It's got a little space puppy in there and says DOGE.
That's right.
Which is amazing because, that's the name of mine.
I know,
DOG.
right? DOG. Yeah, that's right. You have a dog now.
Yeah, if you happen to go to sleep nice and early, we now have the Department of Government Efficiency, and that's going to be Elon Musk and Vivek Ramaswamy, which is me rubbing my hands together going, you've actually created a department within the administration whose sole job it is to make sure it doesn't grow while tearing other stuff down.
I cannot wait to see this in action. This is my lifelong dream as an adult, to see the federal government shrunk. It's been growing and growing. It's like a behemoth. It's so bad for the American people to have this just gigantic governmental whatever our federal government has turned into.
A bureaucracy.
All of it. Every bit of it's just garbage, and it's so
Whoa,
yeah,
garbage.
Exactly. That's what it is.
Ooh.
Joe Biden said our federal government is garbage, I would have stood up and cheered for him.
You know what? I would too. I think this is amazing. And, everybody that was hitting up Elon Musk yesterday, threat to democracy. And he said, no, this is a threat to bureaucracy.
Yeah, so
which
good.
is what I love. I will say this. Elizabeth Warren did say something kind of funny, although she's off base on it. But she said, oh, so government efficiency, you had to hire 2 people to do one person's job. Kind of funny, except for the fact that they're not going to take the money that someone like you, who sits around as a fake Indian all the time or Native American, are going to sit around and pretend that you're on I'm on the Senate Intelligence Committee for blah, blah, blah. Shush. This is going to be a great thing. They're afraid because they know all their pet projects are going to the side.
Well, this is the reason why you have so many of these people when it comes to they're in the federal bureaucracy. They were already looking around to figure out, what do I get to? Where do I go in order to make sure I'm safe? Because if you're one of the new IRS agents, the 87,000 that we hired, your ass is ours. All right, like there's a handful of these, and we talk about the job growth numbers and how they're completely fake. When you look at what has gone on with this government, and I tweeted this out earlier in the day yesterday, 1.8 million people. The only company out there in America that has more employees than the federal government is Walmart. And they help you at least, live better and save more.
Well, right. Now,
okay? Like,
and they're bringing back cashiers, I hear.
Amazon has 300,000 less workers than does the federal government.
And Amazon can get your package delivered in 2 days.
Right. Meanwhile, the Postal Service.
We had to hand deliver my son's girlfriend's birthday card. Remember
Yes.
I told you it just never showed up?
Yeah.
Finally, I can't remember if I told you this or not. It finally showed back up at our house.
They're like, we don't know where South Carolina is.
Exactly. Dude, it said insufficient address. The address is exactly right. It's the craziest thing I've ever seen.
You found it?
Yes.
You're a 2-time college dropout, and you found the place to drop it off.
Don't forget the third time. 3
Sorry.
times college dropout. Come on.
2 ain't enough.
That's right.
3's just right.
It's a damn charm.
Yeah, there you go.
All actions, get this, Elon posted this, I thought it was great. All actions of the Department of Government Efficiency will be posted online for maximum transparency. Anytime the public thinks that we're cutting something important or not cutting something wasteful, let us know. We will have a leaderboard. For the most insanely dumb spending your tax dollars has been used for. And both will be extremely tragic and extremely entertaining.
It'll be.
God bless him.
I love it.
Me too.
As you asked for transparency, because that was what was promised by the Biden administration. Oh, full transparency.
Right.
And then it was just covered with lie after lie after lie, to the point where they actually changed White House transcripts. That's how untransparent they really are. And I believe Elon Musk when he says, we're going to put it up for the American people, because if there's one thing I've learned real quick about Elon Musk, he's still pushing all the energy things that he wants or thinks is good, like solar and a lot of the things that will help clean up the environment in a responsible way, or conserve is probably a better way to say that. At the same time, he is going to be able to look and say, hey, this is exactly what we're cutting. This is why. And this is why you need to understand this is a waste of money. And I think returning free speech, returning these kind of ideas, this is a fight for the people who actually run this country, which is us.
There is a difference when you put it in a spending bill. And we know exactly what the earmark is and who it's associated to, and they draw flack. So much of what is going on with the federal bureaucracy, it's just this boondoggle of just money goes in and there's not any accountability, and we don't exactly know how much or for what exactly it's worth. Similar and we'll hear from her later this hour, and Angela Morabito. Angela talked about how when it came to the Department of Education, she's like, how do we have 20 people doing the job that really only 4 people are supposed to be doing?
She said she had the 4,000 employees and she met 6.
Yeah.
Well, it was 11 people who were spokespeople for it. And she only has ever met 6 of those people. So 5 people were just out doing what? And why do you need that many people to communicate? You have access to everything now. You don't need 20 or 30 people to be communications people.
Because government sets up redundancy in the interest of hiding employees that are going to draw money and eventually build up a pension. That's what occurs. And so you might be saying to yourself, and I can't wait for it to be Elon and Vivek Ramaswamy that go, in a very similar way to Office Space. They're going to be sitting across the table going, what exactly do you do here?
Yeah, so good.
And then it turns into, oh, we've already got 3 of you.
It's
All
time
right.
for you to depart.
Everybody got to go.
I love the fact that they're setting up a group of people, past and present military members, who are going to look at the people in the Department of Defense, in the Pentagon, and they're going to set up a review board of the flag officers and say these people are worthy of being in the DOD or these people are not. This is what I was reading about last night. This is just another thing that I think will be great with government efficiency. Are these admirals, are these generals, are they committed to DEI or are they committed to merit and success? And if they're committed to DEI, they're out.
Yeah.
And I love this. This is the greatest thing that could happen to the Pentagon. And we'll talk about Pete Hegseth in just a minute. But that's, when I read that last night, I mean, I'm telling you, I feel like I get up and start saluting all the time, man. This is when I see government efficiency, when I see the military going to be run the way the military is designed to be run on merit, it makes me hopeful that we can get this country on the right track.
Yeah, it really does make me hopeful too, and I really feel like we're going in the right direction. We've got a bumpy road ahead of us. Don't get me wrong.
Sure, it's going to be a challenge.
It's going to be a huge challenge because Democrats do not want merit. They do not want people to be put in positions because they've actually earned it. They want it to be handed to them, and that's a ridiculous statement. The difference between Democrats and Republicans are saying we want the best of everyone, whether the color of your skin, who you're sleeping with, what your religion is. We want the best at this job. Democrats are trying to say, no, we're trying to break it down in every little group. We're trying to divide the country, and you have to give jobs to these people because they're not as good. Why do you allow the Democrats to continue to tell you you're not good enough?
Elon Musk made it a point during leading up to the election and then just even after the election. He talked about that there is going to be a pain point, and it's for the federal government. And every single dollar that your federal government sops up means there's one less dollar in the private sector. These people are not producing any kind of goods. Their services are not something that's available to the public. So as long as you're telling me that you're going to turn loose, I don't know, however many federal employees. Yeah, it sucks. Sorry, but now you have to compete. I love that you had Elon Musk pointing out the CEO of NPR yesterday and saying, hold on a second. This is a woman who pointed out that, you know what, sometimes the truth gets in the way of what we're trying to get done. Wait a minute, you're NPR. The truth is never supposed to be in the way. Why are we continuing to fund an organization that is there strictly for propaganda? These are the sorts of things that are redundant and don't make any sense and can save us millions and billions of dollars.
And I hope that it will, man.
And then you compete against us.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Come on.
But that's the thing. Absolutely. Let's line up. Let's see who's better. Let's play the game. Let's win the battle. That's and they hate it, Rhino. And you were talking about it a minute ago. They despise the fact that and I think it's a self-preservation thing. They despise the fact that they'll be judged on their actions.
Yeah.
They'll be judged on their accomplishments. They despise that because they continually fail. And when there's no merit, they continue to advance.
Yeah,
Look at Kamala Harris. She's a perfect example of it.
She is a perfect example for it, to the point where they are trying to make excuse after excuse for her and say, Joe, why don't you step aside now and let her be the first female president? I know she hasn't even earned the nomination to primary, but you know what? Let's just give it to her. It is so on brand. Let's go ahead and just put her in because she's black and female. That's the idea. And Joe Biden didn't make any secrets about it when he was appointing Supreme Court justices. He eliminated 94% of the actual candidates that could be and might have been great justices. But he decided, nope, we're going to eliminate that. We're not even going to vet that. We're going to go ahead and do this because she's black. That's it. And that's a ridiculous thing. She may have been qualified. Why not allow her resume to speak? You put her in a position. You put these people in a position to have to defend themselves, even ones that might deserve it, only because you broke them down to what they are or what they look like. The fact is, Ketanji Brown Jackson, that's a woman who may have been a great Supreme Court justice based on her merit alone. But they took all that away from her, and that's what Democrats continue to do.
And will continue to do. And then I hear the Democrats and people talking about Pete Hegseth going, well, he just doesn't have the experience.
He's just a Fox News host, a weekend host. He's not even a full-time host.
Yeah. My man has got 2 Bronze Stars. My man served this country so nobly. My man has done so much. And I'll say this. For the things that he lacks in experience, and I think there's a decent argument that he is lacking in some of that experience. But what he's not lacking in is passion for the country, passion for the military, and he will lead. He is not afraid to be a leader. These are the same people that for 4 years now have told you Joe Biden's just fine.
Just fine.
Pete Hegseth, he doesn't have enough experience. Joe Biden, he's just fine.
He's great. He's fine.
He's running circles around me every day. He's just riding a unicycle, juggling chainsaws. It's amazing.
I'll break it down to this. And I'm not going to take anything away from the experience of Lloyd Austin. 40 years in the military. What he's done is amazing as a general.
Away from him. But me personally.
Yeah, but, I'm not trying to take his service away from him. But what I will say is this. With Afghanistan was a botched withdrawal. You were in charge. You were the person. You went AWOL.
You should be held accountable.
Yeah. You decided that you were going to leave our service open because you had to have a secret little,
It was a colonoscopy
or something. Yep. Never even let the president know. So that takes you down a notch to me already. The other thing is when the president comes out and says not one service member died on my watch, I would expect a 4-star general to say, I'm going to go ahead and correct that right now.
You should be in a scenario where you are looking at, again, as many outsiders as possible within reason. And Pete Hegseth, at least when it comes down to who is the enemy, he recognizes what the enemy is. Anything that affects our liberty, whether foreign or domestic, that is your enemy. Mm-hmm. When you look at our way of life, if it affects that is our enemy. And so I'm all about the fact that you now have a patriot who, because of his military service and being on the outside looking in, recognizes what's wrong with the military. You talk about it all the time, Tug, when you talk about what's going wrong with the Navy, and you're saying, you talk to your friends that are still in, that are getting out, saying there is something fundamentally wrong with the Navy. It's not the one you were part of. It takes people who have been in, who are on the outside, to recognize what's wrong.
Dude, and on top of that, you're talking about the people that are coming down on Pete Hegseth. I mean, at least he's not a cross-dresser who steals luggage.
Right.
I mean, it's a better pick than that.
Yeah, tell me about Rachel Levine. I mean, look at the experience there. The reality is they're going to try to break this down, but he has got 2 Bronze Stars. He's got a master's from Harvard on policy. He understands policy. He gets it. This isn't somebody who was just hosting a silly little show. This is a man who served tours in Guantanamo Bay, Iraq, and Afghanistan. He served side by side with soldiers. And I'll tell you one thing, whenever you run any kind of business, and I've run many, the one thing I know is that you speak to your people, your employees, your co-workers, and the people who are going to make you successful. And that's what Pete will be able to reach out and do. He understands because he's been there. He wasn't on the sidelines. He wasn't doing it from an office. He was doing it on the ground. And that speaks volumes to me.
It's impressive, dude. And what we're running up on a break, but we've got some audio from Pete Hegseth talking, and at some point we'll work it back in when we get back to this topic, because I want you to hear from him. He's I mean, you've probably seen him on Fox and Friends, but I'm telling you, there's a difference in a TV show host when he's doing that job and when he's doing the job that he was designed and created for. The good Lord had a plan for this man, and it will be implemented. Can Trump really cut the Department of Education? Former DOE spokeswoman Angela Morabito will answer that question for you next on Extra 106.3.
The legend Neil Bortz is only on Extra 106.3. Hey, it's Pete, and here's what you missed from the Talkmaster.
One TV ad may have done more to turn the tide to Trump than anything else that happened, and that's the ad promoting this trans crap. It said, she's for they/them, he's for you. It must have meant a buttload of votes out there.
Catch Neil's commentary every day on Extra 106.3 or listen anytime on the Extra 106.3 app.
Foundation repair isn't pretty, but at Atlanta Ramjack, we make it easy. If you notice any cracks in your foundation, they need to be addressed as soon as possible to reduce additional costs that come with the repair. Why call us? Foundation repair is all we do. We have highly trained estimators that will thoroughly evaluate your home and only recommend what is needed. If you are experiencing foundation problems, please contact us at ramjack.com/Atlanta or call us at 770-502-8881.
Hey Roswell, looking for the perfect bite this football season? Head on over to Nucky's Hoagie's Roswell Corners, where every sandwich is crafted with love by us.
The Sub Sisters,
Stacy
and Shannon. Whether you're looking to cater a football tailgate party or grabbing lunch to go or dining in, we've got delicious Nucky's menu items for you. When you bite into a Nucky's Hoagies, you'll taste the difference. The softest hoagie rolls ever, with the freshest ingredients that'll make your taste buds dance.
Make Nucky's Hoagies in Roswell Corners on Woodstock Road your new favorite sandwich spot.
You may know that ATL Turf Co. has become a leader in artificial grass design and installation services, but you may not know that ATL Turf Co. is a large artificial grass distributor. We only sell U.S.-made, premium name brand turf at factory direct pricing below wholesale. And now we're open to the public with large inventories of lawn and landscape, putting green, athletic, and pet turf on sale. Plus, all remnants are on sale for only $1 per square foot, direct from Dalton to our warehouse in Kennesaw. Visit atlturfco.com to learn more. atlturfco.com.
Modular and offsite construction is booming. If you're an architect, building engineer, supplier, developer, or contractor, you can't miss the Offsite Construction Summit, coming to the International Convention Center in Atlanta on November 20th. With the rising cost of traditional building, modular and offsite construction is changing the way companies build. It's quicker, cheaper, and offers a faster ROI. So don't miss the Offsite Construction Summit, coming to Atlanta on November 20th. Register today at offsiteconstructionnetwork.com. That's offsiteconstructionnetwork.com.
Neil Borch here. Maybe you've already taken the steps to improve your health, maybe save your life. You're using a CPAP for your sleep apnea. I've been using one for well over 20 years. So right now I'm here to tell you about a source for CPAPs and CPAP supplies here in the Atlanta area. CPAPs, etc. They're in Alpharetta. They have whatever you need. Roddy and Sharon are your CPAP experts, and they'll ship nationwide. More information, CPAPs.com. etc.com.
Hey, Georgia neighbors, it's time to expect more from your Medicare Advantage. Discover Sonder Health's custom plans tailored just for Georgians. Saunders offers unique benefits, including special plans for those living with chronic conditions. Some plans even come with grocery or gas benefits to support your overall well-being. Sonder Health makes it easy to get the coverage you need. See for yourself what today's Medicare Advantage can do for you. Visit SonderHealthPlans.com, a healthier state of life. Sonder Health Plans is an HMO and PPO with Medicare contracts. Enrollment in Sonder Health Plans depends on contract renewal. The stories that matter to you. These are your Georgia headlines. Presented by RBM of Atlanta, your Mercedes-Benz connection since 1964.
Good morning. Here are your top stories in the state of Georgia for today, Wednesday, November 13th. Henry County Police are searching for a young girl named Cassidy Cornett, who may have been abducted by Timothy Roberts. Police say the girl was forcibly taken from Scarborough Road in Stockbridge by Roberts. Roberts was last seen driving a green Toyota RAV4 with the license plate SCZ8147. Cassidy is listed as an endangered person, and police are seeking anyone who knows or sees her or Roberts to please call Henry County Non-Emergency Dispatch. Dion Patterson, the suspect in the Midtown Atlanta shooting case, was declared mentally ill and mentally incompetent to stand trial. Fulton County Superior Court Judge Eric Dunaway ordered Patterson to be committed to the Georgia Department of Behavioral Health and Evaluation and Treatment. If Patterson is later deemed competent, he will return to court. If not, the department may retain him for up to 9 months. And in sports, the Georgia Bulldogs have fallen out of the top 10 in the college football rankings after their loss to Ole Miss. The Bulldogs have dropped to the 12th spot in the rankings, giving them an opportunity to compete in the new 12-team playoff at the end of the season. With your headlines, Scott Rhino, Trump 1063.
Tug, Rhino, and Los on the Morning Extra on Extra 1063 and Extra 1063 across the social media platforms, whether you're listening at 1063 FM, 1230 AM on the Extra 1063 app or streaming on the YouTube channel. We say good morning to you. And we welcome Angela Morabito into the studio as well. How are you, ma'am?
I'm doing real well. It's great to be with you.
Absolutely. Got a double dose. Was able to talk to you last week, and having you again is always a pleasure. The reason we thought it would be perfect to have you in is because Donald Trump says he's going to get rid of the Department of Education. What is your first reaction? Can he get it done?
He can, but it's going to take some help from Congress. So I think there's a lot of excitement out there of finally this $80 billion a year expense could be going away, and it should go away, just like President Trump said, to block grant that money to the states. But it's tougher politically than I think a lot of people realize.
But, Angela, they're going to get rid of special needs funding. They're not going to be able to do the things that they've been doing to help the minority communities. They're not going to be able to teach the way they're supposed to be teaching when they get rid of this.
Well, that is exactly what the left says, but in reality, the Department of Ed is just a really expensive middleman. What President Trump is proposing is not knock out all the education funding. It's literally knock out the middleman and make sure more of that federal education funding can actually make it into classrooms.
Angela Morabito joins us right here on the Morning Extra, who previously worked in the Department of Education. So this is a fascinating topic to get into with her. That's the idea. Return the money back to the states so that you can make decisions on education locally rather than it having a one-size-fits-all national policy.
Totally. The Department of Ed employs 4,000 people. That's a lot of people who don't necessarily need to be employed by the federal government, and they're expensive. Look, I mean, I worked there. I've seen it myself, how this organization is just an incredibly expensive bureaucracy that educates zero people.
She is a visiting fellow of the Independent Women's Forum and formerly spokeswoman for the Department of Education under Betsy DeVos, which was under President Donald Trump. 4,000 employees. When I hear 4,000 employees, I'm like, wait a minute. There's very few companies, that are that do really good work that have 4,000 employees, and then you multiply that across all the agencies of the federal government. We have so much repetition. We have so much waste, fraud, and abuse. Was that something that you and Mrs. DeVos, y'all could see from where you were working in the Department of Education? Was it so obvious that there were so many people that didn't need to be there?
You could definitely see that there were a lot of people who weren't doing a full-time job, who weren't even trying to do a full-time job because there was no full-time work there for them to do. But I'll tell you, I actually learned a lot after leaving the department. I found out that there were something like dozens and dozens, I think close to 100 communication staffers. And I thought, well, that's weird because I met 6. No lie.
Wow. So, but, on top of those 4,000, there's also like subgroups that you put money into to do this. And I'm supposed to be in charge of this, but I'm going to go ahead and use funding to go ahead and establish this little committee that will do this as well. So it even grows even further when they go outside and hire outside resources of just waste.
It is. It's like this giant spider. And I think case in point for this is what happened with the free application for federal student aid. So if you've been in college recently or you're sending a kid to college sometime soon, FAFSA is the abbreviation. It's really important. And they had years and years to streamline the FAFSA on an order from Congress. This was, you got to fix this form. It's clunky. It doesn't work. Let's make it better. They managed to make it exponentially worse.
Oh, we know. My family knows.
Okay. Oh, gosh. I'm sorry you guys have suffered through that. And they ultimately found out it was because of mismanagement of independent contractors, that there just was not the oversight that needed to happen. For years, this wasn't like a one-time somebody slipped up. This was a pervasive problem that never got fixed, and students and families suffered for it.
Angela Morabito is our guest on the Morning Extra. Now, as I'm listening to Donald Trump issue the video and talking about getting rid of the Department of Education and revamping how we do things and, basically going through accreditation process and overhauling that, and there was one part where I went, hold on a second. He talked about the Marxist language on college campuses and what's being taught and the atmosphere around college. And while I sat back and said, yeah, I'm not a Marxist, we shouldn't be teaching this, at the same time, it's free speech. And as much as I had a problem with you doing what you were doing with the federal government was to Twitter, I had a problem with Donald Trump talking about affecting language on campus. You can't have it both ways. It's got to be uniformity. And so if you're telling me that you're going to look at accreditation standards and say, this is pretty anti-American, man, they have the right to be anti-American.
Well, yes.
Talk me through that.
Sure.
Yeah, because I think this is the breeding ground. If you can get rid of this, you put back communism and Marxism in this country for probably a generation or two. But that goes against our founding.
Well, what he's talking about in terms of education reform is actually undoing one of the levers of ideological control. So if a university is not accredited, they don't have any access to Title IV federal student aid dollars. So financially, for these schools, accreditation is a matter of life and death. It's just critically important. And what some of these accreditors have been doing is saying, well, you know, if you want our stamp of approval, you better play by our rules. So accreditors should really have nothing to do with infringing on speech or an ideology on campus.
It should be quality of education, and are you solvent as a university?
Exactly. And accreditors were instead abusing the power that they had to try and enforce some level of ideological influence that they never, ever should have had. So President Trump is right in that accreditors should be out of the ideology game and instead allow these colleges to be free marketplaces of ideas. Because when there is that free marketplace, those Marxist ideas don't survive.
How do you rework the federal loans, student loans? I mean, do you allow that to be given out to private industry where it's going to be handled and competition will actually bring down some of those rates for the students? Or do you allow the federal government to continue in that role of supplying some of these federal student loans?
So there are a handful of different ways to do this, but we know that what we have now doesn't work. Like federal student aid, when it was created, was actually supposed to make the government some money. Instead, it's a $1.7 trillion money sink. So you raise a great question. There are a few different ideas out there. One of them is spin off federal student aid, make it its own animal. Another one is to let the bankers handle the banking, put it underneath Treasury. And another one is just like you mentioned, to get the government out of the student aid business altogether.
Is there any way of salvaging what is in place? Is there any part of that mechanism that's there that is valuable from your point of view and it could be repaired? Or should it just be torn down to the studs, Angela?
Ooh, I don't think we necessarily have to wreck the whole thing on day one, but I think if there's any hope for it to survive, you have to get rid of this loan forgiveness program. So the Biden-Harris team will say, oh, well, we're adopting income-driven repayment or we're creating this hardship rule. Okay, well, for all their language around it, they're trying to turn federal student loans into grants.
But see, here's the problem that I have, because as a guy that's been through this, my son is now a sophomore in college, we're not rich by any means. We are middle class, and that's it. And yet the federal government looks up at us like we're like Bill Gates or somebody that Elon Musk.
Shouldn't go to church, buddy.
Yeah, absolutely. But that's the thing. They look at us and they're saying, you don't have any help. You don't get any help. We don't even pay attention to you, you middle class person. You, in our eyes, are rich. So is there any way to break down that barrier too? Because I'm not rich, I'm not wealthy, and there is a way that my kid can benefit from some programs. But at the same time, I don't want it to be a $1.7 trillion debt to the American people at the same time. So I understand, or I feel like I understand both sides of the argument, but is there any happy medium?
I think there is, but you have to break this vicious cycle of college is so expensive, so the government ramps up the subsidy,
which
so
is
college
why
gets more
college is expensive, right?
Yeah. Right. It just tornadoes into what we have now, where it's incredibly unaffordable for pretty much everybody in America. So we all think about, Elizabeth Warren talks about this, right? People on the left talk about, when I went to college, it cost 37 cents. I don't know. I'm completely exaggerating. It would be nice if it cost 37 cents.
Well, she was an Indian, so back then.
That's right. How dare I forget?
She probably was 37 cents.
Native Americans.
Right. So I think that getting government out of the way is the only thing to do. And that's going to be a sea change for colleges and universities, because if only the people who could do college level work went to college, a lot of schools would close.
What about just returning it to the states like we do with the Hope Scholarship and allow them to say, hey, this Hope Scholarship, we're bringing it from the lottery. We could bring it from sports gambling if they ever pass that, and allow that to happen on the state level. Make the states make that decision. If your child wants to go out of state or go to another school, well, then guess what? You're going to have to go to a private lender to find the money and hopefully work yourself into a good good loan that you'll be able to pay back by going to a great school like that. I mean, is there any way to just return that to the states the way they did abortion?
So I really like that idea of giving it back to the states, but I do think there needs to be, like you mentioned, a way for somebody to go out and get a loan if they do want to go out of state. Now, the states have done something really cool, and Tug, you might have experienced this with the Hope Scholarship like we have here in Georgia. There are reciprocity agreements. So let's say that you qualify for Hope, but you want to go to Florida, or you're in Florida, you want to come to Georgia. It's a sort of patchwork system, and I'm just using the Southeast, our proverbial neighborhood, as an example. But there's this patchwork system of states figuring it out of we're going to get talented kids to college, and we're going to do it at a steep discount.
Well, and I will tell you this from having done my master's at University of Alabama, part of the reason why I picked there in the program was because they were forward thinking and saying, we're not going to consider you out of state or in state any longer. Awesome. This is going to be the level of tuition it's going to be, and here's going to be the number. And you constantly, for the past 20 years, hear about, here's my dream school, but I'm out of state, and so it's this much more expensive. I think you're talking about that reciprocity of why don't we get this pretty uniform where we recognize we just want the best and the brightest, it doesn't matter where you come from.
Yes, I think we're getting closer to that. Like with the Students for Fair Admissions Supreme Court decision, which said no more race-based affirmative action in college. I think we're inching closer to that really smart system, which is just get the most talented kids who are willing to work the hardest. Doesn't matter where they grew up. And I mean, that speaks to education freedom more broadly, right? I think we talk about it at the K-12 level all the time of don't let a kid's future be determined by their zip code. Well, also don't let a kid's educational or financial future be determined by where they happen to be born.
Angela Morabito is our guest. She was the spokeswoman for the Department of Education under Betsy DeVos, Donald Trump, and now with the Independent Women's Forum, visiting fellow there. What about standards? Because when we checked my son into college, they talked about remedial classes. They had a whole breakout session for remedial classes.
Wow.
No kidding. I mean, in the theater.
COVID-era students, because of their lack of information.
There's that, but I think it was even building before that. I think that was just the one that sunk the ship. It was awful. They did a whole breakout session. What do we do about standards? Because there's kids that are in college right now that can't do 8th grade math.
Yes, and they don't read full books either. There was a great piece in The Atlantic of these college professors going, well, the syllabus I had 4 years ago doesn't work anymore because these kids cannot do the work. So the standards issue, I think, starts very, very young. It's, are we expecting kindergartners to know their shapes and colors and letters and to be able to sound out words? We got rid of that pretty much starting at a child's day one in education, and the teacher unions really pushed that. So in terms of what to do, this is going to sound so like mushy and emotional, but I think a culture of excellence matters.
That doesn't sound mushy at all. That sounds terrific.
Thank you. I mean, I think there's a reason that young men swung so heavily towards Trump this cycle, because what has education done in the past, couple of generations? It's taken out competition. And girls are more often than not hardwired to collaborate. Boys are hardwired to compete. And we find this in linguistic studies with the language that boys and girls use when they're just beginning to speak. So this is like baked into people at a really, really young age. Well, we've told boys don't compete. You can't compete. Nobody can be better than anybody else. Equity, equity, equity. They hated it. All of a sudden, there's an alternative, and bam, it takes off like wildfire. So I think this may be a generational opportunity to get the idea of excellence and high standards and competition back into schools.
You talk about that idea of here's what the standard should be in boys looking for excellence, and girls. By the way, Gen Z swung 11 percentage points when it came to women back over to Donald Trump. That was very encouraging. I think when you heard Trump speak yesterday, he talked about not just entrance exams, which not everybody still deals with those, but even exit exams. It's like, did you learn this material? Are you ready to enter the workplace? I think when he said both of those, all the rest of us were going, well, yeah, that sounds great. But I wonder who looked at it and said, I don't want to deal with that. That's more competition. I have to actually stay on top of this.
That would be the teacher unions.
Yes.
They have campaigned at the state level over and over and over again to get rid of high school exit exams because they know students can't pass it. So instead of saying, well, guess we're failing at our jobs, we should probably try to be better at that, they just try to knock out the test. They knock out the standards instead of trying to have people meet it. So, I mean, we're seeing this, especially with some of the larger companies and like employment verifications. A high school diploma doesn't really mean a ton anymore, depending on where you went to school. A college diploma also may not mean what it used to mean a generation ago. So we're seeing these companies, why the hiring process now is like months and months long for so many people going into like super corporate America. It's because all of those like social markers of being able to competently do a job don't really hold a lot of water anymore.
Yeah. You know, in New York, we had BOCES in high schools, which I thought was great. And there are some places that have those programs, but I think we need more of those and say, hey, listen, I know you don't want to be a mathematician or scientist, a doctor or a lawyer, but maybe you do want to get into motorcycle repair or engineering or any of these others that we could focus on. Is there a chance that the states can start doing that? Number one. Number two, can we just make a curriculum where we don't have to make excuses and say, hey, this group in this neighborhood is never going to be as good as anybody else or smart as anybody else, so let's dumb down these tests for them. I feel like every kid has the same opportunity and the same brilliant mind that they're able to get through all this. How do we standardize every single curriculum for every school, no matter what neighborhood it is?
So these are great questions. I don't know that we want to standardize the exact same curriculum for everybody, because by the time a kid gets to high school, they know, I really love history, or I really love math, or really not a fan of English or science or whatever. I think there should be more opportunities to specialize, and there should be more opportunities for students to show off where those talents are. Does there need to be a baseline? 100%. But when the government sets that baseline, and we have things like Common Core, it is a mess. Common Core was just a wreck because they tried to set the standards and they said, instead of demanding excellence from everyone, we're going to demand that you do your multiplication tables this way. And the government got involved and it just kind of collapsed.
Right.
So I'm sorry. The first
we just want them having like addition, subtraction, multiplication. We want them to have science,
have
technology.
Those basics.
Yeah.
And I think standardized testing has become a dirty word in education. I'm actually a lot more pro-test than a lot of people that you would meet, because I do think there has to be that one benchmark. That's why the nation's report card scores are so helpful, because all of a sudden we can measure kids and text this against kids in Rhode Island.
Visiting fellow with the Independent Women's Forum, Angela Morabito, is here with us. She's going to continue and more discussion about Department of Education. How do we improve education? How do we make America great again when it comes to education? Next on Extra 1063.
The legend Neil Bortz is only on Extra 1063. Hey, it's the camera. How's it going? Here's what you missed from the Talkmaster.
Interesting week, don't you think? A lot of celebrating, a lot of whining, a lot of blame placing. One real high point is now I think we can all be assured the hyena's day as a political player in America is severely limited.
Catch Neil's commentary every day on Extra 1063 or listen anytime on the Extra 1063 app.
Convenience is defined as the state of being able to proceed with something with little effort or difficulty. Well, at RBM of Atlanta, we embody this philosophy. Meet our Mercedes-Benz pickup and delivery service. It gives you back time and money. Does your Mercedes-Benz need service? If so, we'll pick up your vehicle that's requiring service from your home or office and bring it back to our dealership for the required service. With over 100 appointments available every weekday, over 50 appointments on Saturdays, and more than 200 courtesy vehicles in our fleet, we're here to serve. We'll work around your schedule. We're here to save you time, energy, and money. RBM of Atlanta is a J.D. Power 2023 Diamond Dealer of Excellence for the customer sales experience and Georgia's only 9-time Mercedes-Benz Best of the Best winner. We're proud to be Atlanta's Mercedes-Benz connection since 1964. Pickup and delivery service restrictions do apply. Ask your service coordinator or service advisor for details.
Customer service seems like a lost art these days, but EMC Security is bringing it back. I was blown away with their service. They answer the phone quickly and truly want to help you, which is rare these days. My technician was friendly, answered all my questions, and got everything installed perfectly. I highly recommend EMC Security.
EMC Security, exceeding customer expectations since 1998. Call or visit emcsecurity.com for a free quote.
There are crazies on the road. Who knows where they're all going, but if one of them hits you, don't take care of it on your own. Call my friend David Van Sant. He is the lawyer that used to work for the insurance company. The team at Van Sant Law knows who to call, what to say, and will make sure you get what you deserve and what the insurance company doesn't want to pay for. They have your best interest at heart and will take care of everything. If you don't get paid, they don't get paid. My advice, save Van Sant Law in your phone. Today, 855-GA-INJURY, vansantlaw.com.
Our favorite reason to choose Diamonds Direct over any other jeweler? Free service for life with no fine print. That's right. When you buy your engagement ring or any piece of jewelry at Diamonds Direct, you will never have to pay a dime in the future for sizing, cleaning, or routine maintenance. Even if she accidentally knocks out a side accent diamond, Diamonds Direct will replace it free. Now, other stores claim to offer warranties, but the catch is that they won't honor it unless you bring your ring in for regular inspections. But at Diamonds Direct, inspections are never required. There's no gotcha clause, no fine print, no looking for ways to void the warranty. Plain and simple, at Diamonds Direct, we stand behind what we sell, and we're committed to service it at no charge for life, period. It's all part of our commitment to provide you with the ultimate in value and total confidence before, during, and long after your purchase. Diamonds Direct, the jeweler you can trust with a no questions asked 100% free lifetime warranty with no strings attached. Come see us to learn more. Proud to call ATL home. Diamonds Direct, your love, our passion.
Did you miss Neil Bortz?
I am shocked.
Don't worry. He's live anytime on the Extra 106.3 app.
Oh, that radio show.
Did traffic cause you to miss some of the Kimmer Show? Get it on the app.
It's all the kids talk about on Monday at school.
With anytime show replays from the Kimmer, Bortz, the Morning Extra, Clay and Buck, and so much more. Plus local headlines and breaking news. Grab the Extra 106.3 app now and start streaming.
Morning Extra is Extra 106.3. Angela is a visiting fellow with the Independent Women's Forum and so is the spokeswoman for the Department of Education, which we've been talking about all this morning with her, with Trump's announcement that he would like to get rid of the DOE. Who do you think, because until then he's got to nominate someone to be the secretary, who do you expect that to be? Do you have any good guesses?
So I don't have any real names, but I do have a profile, like a pretty clear outline that we're thinking that person would or should fit, and they need to be someone with real executive leadership experience. I think there's this misconception that the Secretary of Education is America's teacher-in-chief when they're really not. It's a 4,000-person organization. Federal student aid is the country's largest consumer lender. So we need somebody who has run a large organization before, and ideally, I would say pretty importantly, has streamlined it, made it more efficient, made it better.
Elon Musk, like when he took over Twitter. That kind of guy.
You know, wouldn't be a bad idea. But we also want somebody who is going to go all in on civil rights for students, because what the Biden-Harris administration has tried to do with Title IX and putting men and women's sports restrooms and locker rooms is ridiculous. So we need somebody who's going to undo that harmful rule that's been done. And I could go down the list of, this next education secretary has their work cut out for them. But we also need somebody who is all in on a students first agenda, and that means school choice. This person should be willing to run headfirst at the teacher unions and say, no more. You guys are not in the driver's seat. That spot belongs to parents.
I have talked about how I want 95% of this agenda initially early on to be economic in nature, but I have the cutouts where I talked about, and get boys out of girls sports. But I'm with you. If there's somebody who has, I got room to grow. If you're telling me that school choice can be back on the table at some point over the next 18 months, I am completely for it, because that is economic development that potentially happens in neighborhoods that really need it. Because it's not just the idea of, well, bad neighborhoods give you bad schools. No, I think the inverse is bad schools give you bad neighborhoods.
Right. It's another vicious cycle that just repeats and repeats and repeats. And it can do that when we're assigning kids to school based on where they live and not based on how they learn best. It allows these terrible schools to continue limping along. And we see that in pretty much every big city. You see it most strongly in Chicago, where there are schools that are 90% empty.
Yeah.
And yet the union has said you can't close it because closing it is traumatic. Okay, well, was it traumatic when you kept kids out of school for COVID for like a year and a half?
So why don't we change those schools? And I kind of brought it up before, and I'm going to kind of revisit that because we never got to talk about it. But like a BOCES or a technical school here, there's so many opportunities. If kids in certain areas and they want to be a rap star or a basketball star or work in sports, there's sports management programs we could do in these schools instead of other things that they're not going to excel at. Or what about audio editing, video editing, learning social media practices, learning how to do math for certain things like computer design? Like, why are we not getting into the technical aspects of what they should be learning and taking them out of those schools? Turn those schools that are empty into vocational workshops.
That's an incredible idea because career and technical schools have been absolutely booming. And while this sort of started during COVID, that boom has continued. This was not a flash in the pan. This is people who are realizing the traditional college doesn't necessarily equip them for what they want to go out and do. So apprenticeship programs, career and tech programs, those are all on the rise because it benefits everybody, right? Well, everybody except the educational establishment, right?
Which we don't want to benefit them anyway. They've had plenty.
Totally. They have had their time, and it should have been about students from the start. So the idea that a student could go and learn nursing or go and learn how to fix cars or how to work with machinery, just like you said, audio production, it's just easy for me to think of, right? Because we're in a radio
social
studio.
media. I mean, there's such a good thing.
Yes, and these are all learned by doing things.
Welding.
Totally.
You got plumbers, HVAC, linemen. I have a cousin who decided not to go to college and went to lineman school. He's got more work than he knows what to do with. He can afford a house, even with the inflated prices, because he lives at home still because he's never home. He's always working. He's got a bank account that would make Bill Gates jealous, this kid. And he's like 22 years old and has so much money, don't know what to do with it, and so much work that he can't spend it.
I love that. I love hearing stories like that. One of the coolest schools that I've ever gotten to go tour and go visit was a career and tech school in rural South Carolina, like on steroids. They had a fire department where they were training firemen, and we got to watch a fire drill. They had a hair salon where people in the community were coming in and getting their hair done by students. They had a farm with a goat named Tom Brady, who I will never forget. Yes. And they also had a welding center, which I will never forget because I've never been anywhere like that. And there were literally sparks flying everywhere. I had a couple in my hair and was trying to make sure our reporters were with us. I was trying to make sure their stuff didn't catch on fire. But these kids were graduating high school with an advanced welding certification. And that teacher, I've never seen somebody take that level of pride in helping so many people at once, because it is a big full room. It is loud. It is chaotic. And he's looking at me and saying, every kid in here is on their way to a great career the day after graduation. Yeah. There aren't many schools that can say that.
Angela Morbido is our guest, and I wonder about that on a county-by-county basis, because in Forsyth County, we have the career path. And so if you want to study veterinary science, then even if it's out of your district, if it's within the county, you can go to a different high school. If you want to study automotive, there's a different school you can go to. My daughter, it started with going to Chef Academy camps. Now she's very into nutritional science. She picked a school based on the fact that they have a nutritional science program. Is this not something that should be available in every single county, or is it available in every single county?
That is not available everywhere, but it 100% should be. And also, I need to take lessons from your daughter, because I was the person standing in front of my fridge going, this is an election week fridge if there ever was one. This is so unhealthy.
Well, she has learned in her studies, and then when she's applied to it, she'll say, well, here's a vegan option, here's a vegetarian option, here's the way that if you happen to be if you happen to have an iron deficiency, here's what you add to your food. It's like that's the sort of stuff where when she gets out of high school, hopefully that's something that she'll continue to follow as a career path, because she has an interest in it.
And that's something that can serve her for a lifetime. And I think we fall into this way of thinking of everybody goes through factory schooling, and then you're 18 and you graduate, and then you get to decide. I'm on the side of letting people specialize earlier. I knew that I loved history and English pretty early on. I mean, friends of mine knew that they loved science and math pretty early on. So I think giving students that opportunity to really drill deep into something they love only benefits them.
Yeah, I mean, look, that's the way I was. 9 years old, I picked up a Care Bear microphone that attached to my radio. I set it to 93.7, and I started talking about sports. I knew what I wanted to do. Luckily, I was in a high school in Syosset, New York, that had WKWZ, our own radio station that you could hear all over Long Island. So I said, hey, I want to be a part of this. We also had a TV production studio where I learned how to do that as well. I didn't care about math or any of the others. I mean, I got through it. I had to do it because I was told to, but I wanted to be in those studios all day, working and trying to craft that skill, so maybe one day I would be on the radio. kind of worked out.
I hope there are pictures of you in the Care Bear.
Yeah, right. No kidding.
There are. There's video. There's video that my parents have. I don't know where it is. It's VHS of me walking around doing a fake Giants New York Jets game play-by-play with a Care Bear microphone.
Visiting fellow from the Independent Women's Forum, Angela Morabito, is our guest. You talked about pride in that school in South Carolina, the pride that teacher had, and I think that most teachers probably have that same pride when they see their students do well, and they want to see their students do well. But what about the ones that don't? What do we do there? How do we fix that problem? Because you're seeing it all over social media right now where teachers are talking about, I hope our kids choke on glass or something if they voted for Trump or if their parents voted for Trump. It's just weird stuff like that where politics are unfortunately a part of everyday curriculum and everyday discussions at schools. How do we fix that problem? Because I think a lot of parents are concerned about it.
I think you touched on something here, the idea of pride in schools. Just that phrase is a litmus test. To all of us, I think pride in schools means you take pride in what you do. To another part of the country, pride in schools means a rainbow flag at the front of your classroom. So this really starts with teacher prep. And I've spoken at a handful of universities, and I love to do it. And I ask the students everywhere I go, say, okay, raise your hand if you're in a teacher prep program. I get a few hands up in every room. Okay, can you tell me about your classes? And everywhere I go, they tell me it's insufferably woke. So if you are somebody who just wants to help students learn, the deck is really kind of stacked against you. Because even in your training, they're going to expect you to push this woke nonsense on kids when that's not what great teachers signed up to do. So I think we have to value teachers as individuals the way we value students as individuals. And right now, the system doesn't do that either. Every teacher sort of gets pushed into something where your tenure matters more than your achievement. I think great teachers should be paid through the roof. If you're incredible at what you do, you should have the ability to rise through the ranks and be compensated accordingly. But the factory schooling model doesn't allow for that. So if we want more great teachers to enter the profession, to stay in the profession, and to take real pride in what they do, we've got to start treating them better. And that means not pushing woke nonsense on them, not forcing them to tolerate bad student behavior, and not constantly dumbing down what they do. They didn't sign up to be babysitting 30 kids at once. They signed up to teach, and empowering them to do that and expecting them to do that is going to be to everyone's benefit.
Indeed it is. Angela, thank you so much. We appreciate you being here as always. Always welcome. On the Morning Extra, Tug, Rhino, and Lowe's when we continue after the Fox News update. The moment RFK Jr. changed his mind about Donald Trump. Talk about that next on Extra 106.3.
Hey, it's Flounder, and the Kimmer Show is live every afternoon from 3 to 6 p.m. Leonardo DiCaprio, huh? Oh, he's 50.
Someone pointed out yesterday that it's the movie Inception, which is about dreams.
Yeah.
That thing where he's married and his wife is there. That's obviously a dream because she was not under 24.
The Kimmer Show every afternoon from 3 to 6 p.m. on Extra 106.3 and the Extra app.
As an official community partner of the Atlanta Braves and the Atlanta Braves Foundation, the Warrior Alliance connects warriors and their families to free services such as health and wellness, housing, employment, education, legal services, and so much more. We need your financial support to increase our impact and change thousands of lives for those who served in the U.S. Armed Forces. It takes more than just thank you for your service. Make a donation to help warriors navigate to success after service. Go to thewarrioralliance.org/donate and make a difference today.
What's up, Atlanta? It's Ben Burnett, host of the Weekend Ben Burnett Show. Each and every weekend, right here on Extra 106.3, we unpack all the week's events. We talk about all the issues with a local Atlanta-based flavor. You can catch me each and every weekend, Saturdays at 2 and Sundays at noon. If you ever miss an episode, you can go to the podcast park or wherever you download all of your content, and I'll be right there. Thanks for listening to the Ben Burnett Show, proudly brought to you by Butler Snow.
don't miss the Atlanta Mushroom Festival, Sunday, November 17th at Park Tavern in Piedmont Park. Beginning at 12 noon and ending at 7 p.m., this dog and family-friendly event features educational speakers, live music, and over 30 mushroom-themed vendors. Early bird tickets are only $10, which directly supports the nonprofit festival. For more information, visit AtlantaMushroomFestival.com or Atlanta Mushroom Festival on all social platforms.
Tune into your new favorite show that's redefining the A to Z's of marketing, The Marketing Madmen. We'll take you behind the scenes of successful campaigns and reveal the strategies that win. We're not just talking about marketing, we're making it happen. From viral content creation to leveraging AI for customer engagement, our experts bring you to the cutting edge of industry. This is your playbook for market dominance. Tune in and transform your approach with actionable tips that could skyrocket your ROI. The Marketing Madmen every Saturday at 4 p.m. right here on Extra 106.3.
Have you thought about securing your hard-earned assets? Do you have concerns about the future? Protecting assets is crucial, and that's where Nelson Elder Care Law excels. As a family-owned and family-focused firm, we provide absolute assurance and peace of mind through our trademarked Absolute Protection Trust, tailored services in estate planning, probate administration, Medicaid crisis solutions, guardianship, and conservatorship. Our goal is to exceed your expectations and empower informed decisions. Visit NelsonElderCareLaw.com for asset protection and peace of mind.
The legend Neil Bortz is only on Extra 106.3. Hey, it's Pete, and here's what you missed from the Talkmaster.
One TV ad may have done more to turn the tide to Trump than anything else that happened, and that's the ad promoting this trans crap. It said, she's for they/them, he's for you. It must have meant a buttload of votes out there.
Catch Neil's commentary every day on Extra 106.3 or listen anytime on the Extra 106.3 app. WFOM and W292EV Marietta, a Dickey Broadcasting Station. This hour is presented by Van Sant Law, vansantlaw.com.
Presidents 45, 46, and 47. I'm Chris Foster, Fox News. Former president and president-elect Trump is on his way to Washington to meet with President Biden at the White House. Here's Fox's Brooks Singman.
He'll first meet with House Republicans before heading back to the White House for a meeting with President Biden around 11. So Biden is expected to lobby Trump on a number of domestic and foreign policies, including his commitment to Ukraine and a ceasefire in Gaza. But the Biden administration says his top message will be ensuring his commitment to a peaceful transfer of power. The Trump team is working on filling out his own upcoming administration. The president-elect has nominated Pete Hegseth to serve as his Secretary of Defense. Hegseth is a decorated Army combat veteran who served tours in Iraq and Afghanistan.
And he spent the last 10 years as a contributor, now host on Fox News Channel. And there's skepticism from the top Democrat on the House Armed Services Committee, Adam Smith.
It was surprising, and it is concerning just given that lack of experience. You know, the Pentagon, biggest bureaucracy in the world. It's a hard thing to run.
And Hegseth's nomination will be approved or not by the Senate. And Senate Republicans elect a new majority leader today.
Republican senators will vote in private. Florida Senator Rick Scott has led a public campaign for the position, and many in the president-elect's inner circle support him. Senators John Thune and John Cornyn have been pitching fellow Republicans in private. One of the incoming senators voting in that election, Pennsylvania Republican Dave McCormick. Outgoing Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer has invited McCormick and Democratic Senator-elect Ruben Gallego to orientation. Both are projected to win close races. McCormick's opponent, Senator Bob Casey, has refused to concede. On the south side of the Capitol, Republicans are only 2 seats from retaining control of the House.
Fox's Rich Edson. 2 people are now reported to have been killed in an explosion at a flavor and fragrance factory in Louisville, Kentucky. America's listening to Fox News.
Our nation's problems have been building for the past 50 years, and they're not going away overnight, which is why we must prepare now for a financial collapse that will affect the entire economy. The good news is there's an easy way to do that. Hi, I'm Dr. Ron Paul, and I believe everyone should consider a gold IRA from the Birch Gold Group to diversify their IRA or 401k. Gold is a proven bedrock in almost every kind of economy. To learn more, get a free info kit from my trusted friends at Birch Gold by texting the word PROTECT to 989898. Don't wait until decades of government irresponsibility come crashing down on your retirement. Get your free info kit on gold IRAs from Birch Gold now. Text PROTECT to the number 989898. That's PROTECT to 989898.
Message and data rates may apply.
Coffee, keys, and extra 1063. That's how I get to work and home.
Last time I saw this many people leaving Mar-a-Lago and this many lights flashing and sirens, it was the raid.
Yeah, it was.
Turns out it's actually Trump leaving Mar-a-Lago for his 11 o'clock appointment at the White House, meeting with Joseph Biden there in the Oval Office.
How bad do you want to be a fly in the wall in that one?
Oh, dude,
how many camera shots are we going to get of that? Anything?
Oh, man.
No, they'll all be still photos.
Dude, I just love the fact that America's so back.
Yeah.
Let's go.
I love you just kind of painting that picture of him leaving with all the car. That's President Trump to all you liberals out there. You're all going to internment camps today.
This is the Project 2025 implementation station Extra 1063.
Project 2025 starts here.
Yeah, we were just kidding about the whole it doesn't have anything to do with the Trump administration. Strictly a Heritage Foundation founding. No. We had it all along. We were planning on implementing every word.
Yeah.
Yes, that
Get
was
ready.
the plan.
Buckle up. Lock it down. Boys, it's going to be a bumpy ride.
Yes.
I love it. No, it is. It's so cool, though. Just think about this. I don't know. What was it? A little over, maybe we'll say 10 days ago, that Joe Biden was saying that he's Nazi. He's going to be a dictator if he's elected again. He's an evil man. He's all these things. And now all of a sudden he's like, yeah, I'll have lunch with him. Yes.
Yeah.
Nah.
I voted for him.
Yeah, exactly. That's probably the truth. That's probably. I'm telling you. No, I remember on election night, I asked Joey Jones, do you think there's anything behind Jill Biden wearing head-to-toe red Republican pantsuit?
Yeah, he was slow on the uptake on this one.
I think he knew, but he didn't want to. I don't think
he didn't want to buy into it. You could hear it in his voice. He was
exactly
slow
right.
on the uptake,
That's right.
and that's fine. Every now and then somebody gets a fastball by you. That was a clear fastball.
So obvious. It was like waving a banner. It was like, hey, this is what I'm doing.
Let me know. Let me let you know who I'm voting for to let you know that we were done wrong.
Yes. Nobody paying attention could miss that.
If you saw the video of the interaction or the lack thereof that occurred with them in the last 24 hours, yeah, they hate each other. Like these sides hate each other.
And it actually got brought up. I think we have the cut. It was the question from our boy at Fox News Channel, Peter Ducey. And he asked Karine Jean-Pierre, do you have that, Joey? Do you have that handy? Just because you brought that up, and I think it's so on point how awkward after the Veterans Day celebration and memorial and all that, they went to a lunch. Ducey asked this question.
We know that today, a week after the election, President Biden and Vice President Harris had a private lunch. How awkward was that?
I don't even understand. Why would it be awkward?
Because
why would
the president got squeezed out for her, and then she kept him at arm's length, and then she lost, and now she's back.
Why would you characterize it as awkward? They have regular lunches.
Because it's freaking awkward.
It's freaking awkward.
They hate each other.
Because they didn't even want to acknowledge that the other one existed.
Yeah.
During Veterans Day.
The entire job of KJP is to distract from what's really happening at the White House and spin it in any way they can. It's obvious that this has to be. It's not us who are talking about the fact that Biden's campaign staff and Biden's staff is butting heads with Kamala Harris's campaigning staff and her staff. It's not a secret that, this came from liberal outlets, that she said, Joe, we don't want you on the campaign trail with us. He's the only one who received 14 million votes. I think that's a dumb decision. The people love Joe. They loved him. Those people.
Yeah, they're like the lefties, yeah.
And you know what? I don't like him.
Yeah.
But, I don't hate the man either at the same time, right?
I have no use for him.
But they already made that statement that they weren't at ends, and they were kind of fighting back and forth. And look at the way she acted. It was awkward whenever she was asked, are you a continuation of Joe Biden?
Nope, not. And then but what would you change? Oh, nothing. So that's why we're ended up where we are. Biden insinuated that he's going to be there for Trump's inauguration too. My thing is, Joe's got nothing to lose, man.
Yeah.
What has he got to lose?
I think he's giving the giant middle finger to his own party.
That is him peeing in the
everywhere.
corner. That's exactly
every time he can.
You mean like the day that he put on the MAGA hat and walked around?
Yes, dude. That was another one that there had to be something to it. You don't
man.
Unless he was in. Because that wasn't in his twilight hours. That was in his normal operating hours.
No, he was full there.
Yeah,
he was ready to go.
It's much like Jill in the red pantsuit, man. If you're paying attention, is it them screaming with a megaphone that I'm voting for Donald Trump? No. But is it obvious what's happening? It should be if you're paying attention.
These are things that, Carlos and I are very, very well adapted to Easter eggs because they happen a lot in movies like Marvel puts out. You look and you see and you go, oh, there's an Easter egg. Look, over there. There's Howard the Duck in the back. You knew that Howard the Duck was going to be a part of this. He is dropping Easter egg after Easter egg. If you pay enough attention, you're going, this guy is going against his own party.
Well, it started realistically with every time that she was leading up to the election, trying to get coverage, he was calling random press conferences.
When he hadn't for 6 months.
When he hadn't done that in forever. He hadn't fielded a question from the press in the better part of 2 years. And, she's in Detroit. Eminem's going up on stage. Time for a presser. Right?
Yeah.
Boys, this was not an accident.
Some things we got to talk about right now.
She set up the most fake rally ever in front of the Ellipse. This is her final curtain call. This is where she's going to try to win the election. Joe's like, hey, it's me. Hey, guess what? I voted for Trump.
No, that's right. But Joe's untouchable, man. He's done everything they've asked him to do. Forcefully, he had to be forced. They threatened him with the 25th Amendment. But he did as they asked him to do. He stepped down. Not because he wanted to, because he had to. He's done everything they've asked him to do. And now he's untouchable. They cannot touch him. And now he can do anything he wants to because he knows nothing's going to happen to him.
Yeah, I'm telling you today, this is why I'd love. He is going to go bottom draw, everything you need, Pelosi, all of them right here.
God,
here you go.
Can you imagine?
Here's all Letitia James, Fonnie Will. Here you go. This is everything. This is your DOJ. Here's all the paperwork you need. It really does seem like Joe Biden is hurt, and he should be. He won the primary votes. He won primaries. The only other person to get any votes was Dean Phillips, not Kamala Harris.
It's like the enemy of my enemy is my friend. It's kind of the way it's playing out in the White House right now. It's eating the Democrats up. It's eating Morning Joe up. It's eating CNN up that Donald Trump is going to be welcomed to the White House by Joe Biden. Joe said he's going to the inauguration. He's being kind and polite, and whether you like him or not, he's being diplomatic in this, and it is eating the Democrats alive.
There is a legitimate political civil war going on the Democrat side right now. I mean, you have Joe Biden who's sitting back and saying, I'm going to welcome this guy in. This is what we're doing because he's my friend. The rest of y'all are not my friends. Nancy Pelosi and the rest of y'all, not my friends. Jill Biden, I hate all y'all. Here's how it's going to be that they're willing. They sick the FBI on this guy. Mm-hmm. And they're sitting back going, no, he's more of our friend than the rest of the political operatives that we have in this world. I'm actually glancing over at MSNBC. When we talk about the Civil War, they just had James Carville on basically telling him, stop being so many ladies. All right, we got to start speaking to people again. Right now, the person they have on is people, not groups, how Democrats can retool their message. All right, this is the war going on. They're trying to pull back from the insanity of what they've been doing.
Good luck.
Yeah,
because
it's institutionalized now.
That's exactly right, man. They are going to have to blow that part. And the first that's got to go is Barack Obama because he's leading the charge. They're not willing, but they're not willing to do that with him.
If you missed the, I think it was the 9 o'clock segment yesterday, talked about the opportunity to blow up Barack Obama era politics and all the stuff that started there when it came to the institutionalized of woke. Woke language, woke politics,
anti-America,
woke everything, all of it. This is now what they're looking back and going, this is a problem that we have. And again, that's where the Civil War is now going on. It's not just Joe Biden and the rest of them. It's also they're having to remake themselves on the fly, and they have bought into an ideology that's going to be very difficult for them to get away from.
Absolutely right. Morning Extra and Extra 106.3. RFK Jr. used to be one of those people. He used to be one of those people that said, I had such contempt, such disdain for Donald Trump. And then it changed.
So that's the way he thinks about things. He doesn't care what you believe. He doesn't care what your ideology is. He's going to make the decision himself. And I've been so impressed with that. It's completely changed my opinion of who he is and really convinced me that this guy that I had such contempt for, such disdain for, is actually, a really extraordinary leader, that he could be one of the great presidents in history.
Wow.
Yeah.
One of the great presidents. And I agree with it too, Rhino.
I think the first 4 years, he showed why he might be one of the greatest leaders of all time. And I think this 4 years, he is going to, and especially with what he's been doing and his appointments, they've been flying. They're good. They're smart. And he created a new department that I think changes the entire government. This is fundamentally changing for the people, by the way. This is for the working class. This is for the people. This is no longer for the bureaucrats. And that is huge. So, yeah, I think he'll go down as the greatest president of all time.
Man, I tell you, he could go down as iconic and as influential as Ronald Reagan. And it took a new Jimmy Carter and Joe Biden to foster the environment for that person to be relevant, for that person, Donald Trump, to be in a position to rise to power and have that sort of influence. And I think it's amazing. I think it shows you that history repeats itself. Everything is cyclical. If you think something will never come to an end, if you're wrong. And if you think it'll last forever, you are absolutely off base.
Yeah, I mean, you look back at some of the presidents. FDR is one of them that put in all these bureaucrats into power and spending money and ridiculous ideas behind, what he wanted to accomplish. I know his heart was big, but it just didn't make sense. That's not what the government was for. So now you're going to see it be brought back to what it was for, which is national security, which is why I think some of the things that we appointed yesterday and the day before, those kind of things speak to, we are going to, with Tom Homan, we're going to fix the border. With Pete Hegseth, we're going to make sure our military is doing what it's supposed to be doing, which is finding the best and the most elite to protect our borders and to protect this country foreign and here. So this is great. I am so excited about what he's doing right now. He's going to face so much opposition, but that's the importance of winning the House, the Senate, and the presidency.
The truth of all of this is that running this country in a way that is efficient and is going to work out for everyday Americans, especially with their pocketbook, is not difficult if you have the political will to do so. If you are willing to slash the things that need to be slashed and to organize this government in the way that it needs to be organized. Opening hour, talked about it, 1.8 million federal employees. All right, that's 300,000 more than Amazon.
Goodness gracious.
That's 1.5 million more than who runs Microsoft, okay? Like, we're talking like these worldwide conglomerate, massive companies that are changing the world, and our federal government is the largest employer of anyone in the United States outside of Walmart, okay? We have problems here. There are things that are going to have to be cut and are going to have to be changed. If you have the political will to do it, it's going to make it better for everyday Americans.
And I believe Donald Trump does, Los, just because of the new Department of Efficiency.
Oh, it's a mandate at this point.
Absolutely it is. And everybody wants to see it. I've been, as long as I've kept up with politics, which is most of my adult life, that's what I've always thought. The government's too big. Why doesn't anybody recognize this? And to your point, it's because they didn't want to recognize it.
Think about how you've created a department that is going to be in charge of not growing.
Yeah, and to actually end themselves.
Yes,
for the most part.
Completely foreign of what goes on. Every single government agency exists to grow. This one exists to slash and to be gone with when it's time.
Yeah, this is something that was created to break down the rest, and I think that's very important that we look at this because there are certain agencies that are going to freak out about the Department of Education, but what I think Doge is what I'm going to call it. I guess it's the way they're saying it now, or Doge. I don't know how they're going to do it.
Whatever, I know what you mean.
Whatever it is, they're going to break down that Department of Education. They're going to break down other things that are just failures completely. Hopefully they get rid of the Amtrak idea. Hopefully they get rid of the Postal Service idea and figure out how to let let private industry take that over so we don't have to pay for it anymore. But the reality is they're going to find ways when they break down the Department of Education to still be able to fund to the states what they need for special education and all the things that Democrats are complaining about because they don't understand how dangerous the Department of Education has been. I mean, since Jimmy Carter created that, we've become one of the worst in the world when it comes to education. We went from number 1 to number 24 because of this system.
Imagine that. Government being involved and it not being efficient, it not working. We've seen it on display for the last 50 years. It should be a surprise to no one whatsoever. However, what did surprise me yesterday is when I saw Sarah Haynes from The View, and she basically called out Democrat policies for handing out everything to illegals and saying either we got a border or we don't.
Well, I think that the weaponizing of immigrants or equating immigrants to criminals was feeding off people's fears because the statistics don't support that. But there is a problem at the border, and there's been a problem for decades and decades, and every administration has come through here and no one has fixed it. It ballooned in this last administration, and that's what the people voted on, a referendum on that. Because right now, one thing I've never understood, and I actually think we'll wait to see how this looks, but either we have laws at the border or we don't. We're asking people to get in line to come into this country while incentivizing people not waiting in the line. Like we've seen things where sanctuary cities like California and Illinois, it's kind of like get to the country, like kick the can. If you get to base, though, you're going to be fine. You also have Tim Walz signed into legislation in Minnesota that allowed undocumented immigrants to receive free in-state tuition. All of these are lovely in spirit, but there are people that can't pay for food for their own families. In New York, they were giving $500 meal cards, and obviously we want to help someone for the humane interest, but there's a lifeboat here. And I think the rage about the border was also people here that are maybe insecure, homeless at times, making ends meet, and they don't have they can't send their kid to college. That's the outrage of what I saw the voters.
She could have been on this show with saying that.
Wow.
She could have sat in this studio and said exactly the same thing because we've been saying the whole time.
Okay, that's great, except for the past 3.5 years, she was.
Oh yeah, I'm not excusing it, but
quiet,
I'm surprised that it showed up.
I'm glad it did. I'm glad this is starting to show up in some Democrats because there are some Democrats who go, I've been handcuffed so much. Mayor Adams is an exact example of that. Finally, the handcuffs are off. We're going to stop funding these illegals.
I think a lot of this comes down to these are entertainers. That is what CNN, when they came up with their, when you had, what was it, Project Veritas that had sued them, and they pointed out, well, we're an entertainment agency. We're not a news station. That's what we are. All right, these entertainers are recognizing it's time to sing a different song.
Yeah,
right?
the wins
ain't working.
It gets exactly right.
You want to keep your job? You want to keep $1 million job? Time to sing a different song.
Well, a couple things. CNN about to just absolutely dissect what that company is and who works there. MSNBC is being shopped as an item that who owns Comcast. Comcast is ready to sell that thing off because none of the entertainment worked, to Lois's point. And the only thing I disagree with as far as Sarah Haynes goes, she said the statistics don't back up that illegals cause crime.
Right. Yeah.
That's the only thing that was way off base. She's completely wrong about that. However, the rest of the things she said, man,
everything
she could have
else
been
was
on
right.
this show. Yeah. Morning Extra and Extra 106.3, Kash Patel has left the left shivering in their boots that he could play a major role in the Trump administration coming January. Let you hear from him so you understand why they're so frightened. Headlines also next on Extra 106.3.
Historian Victor Davis Hanson says the Dems are now the party of the upscale professionals, rich and subsidized poor.
Subsidized poor. The Kimmer Show every afternoon from 3 to 6 p.m. on Extra 106.3 and the Extra app.
We're moving in the right direction. Donald Trump is president. We're all happy. Everything is good, except for the fact that we need to be prepared. Still, every day you should be thinking about what would happen if. Because it doesn't matter about the presidential election. Hurricanes are going to still happen. Tornadoes will happen. Water supplies will be contaminated. Biolabs might catch on fire and contaminate even the air. So is your family ready for that? Well, I hope so. If not, I want to tell you about True Prep in Marietta on Cobb Parkway. They are your one-stop shop for emergency preparedness supplies. They're locally owned and operated by 2 Georgia Tech engineers, Matt and Joey, and they have an unbelievable, amazing staff like like Amy, who's there all the time to answer all of your questions. She knows everything you need. And if you're new to it, well, they even have some workshops that you should be a part of, like their Intro to Water Filtration and Storage that's coming up this Saturday, or their long-term food storage, freeze-dried foods, and a Mylar demo so you can do it yourself. That's right. They have everything you need for your do-it-yourself food storage, or you can already buy it prepackaged. That's one great thing about them. They have everything you need. Go visit them in Marietta on Cobb Parkway. Whether it's freeze-dried food, water filtration, first aid kits, the largest selection of AR-15s, firearms, firearm accessories, or ammo, they have it all at the lowest price around, and they know what you need for the environment you live because they are locally owned and operated. You can start taking their classes as well. Sign up for them on their website. Go to trueprep.com. That's TRU prep.com. Prepare today for a worry-free tomorrow with our friends at True Prep.
You may know that ATL Turf Co. has become a leader in artificial grass design and installation services, but you may not know that ATL Turf Co. is a large artificial grass distributor. We only sell U.S.-made, premium name brand turf at factory direct pricing below wholesale. And now we're open to the public with large inventories of lawn and landscape, putting green, athletic, and pet turf on sale. Plus, all remnants are on sale for only $1 per square foot, direct from Dalton to our warehouse in Kennesaw. Visit atlturfco.com to learn more. atlturfco.com.
Hey, it's a Kimmer. Okay, you're driving along. Suddenly you hear that horrible sound of metal and crunching. It's an accident. Even if it's a little minor fender bender, man, that could be a nightmare. First, obviously, take care of yourself. But before you make a deal with an insurance company or anybody else, call David Van Sant with Van Sant Law. You know why? Because he used to work for the insurance company, so he knows how to get the right settlement and right away. Van Sant Law. Don't forget, if you don't get paid, they don't get paid. Protecting your interests. Insurance is great, but it's complicated. 855-GA-INJURY or vansantlaw.com.
Hey, Glenn, it's Mark from the Safe House. It's a great day in America. Congratulations, President Trump. Selection of safes in the Southeast. And through the end of the year, we're offering huge rebates on all Browning safes. But wait, there's more. All gun safes are sales tax free at Atlanta Safe House. Yes, sales tax free. And remember, folks, don't let a crackhead or an illegal move or deliver your safe. So come down to the showroom or go to AtlantaSafeHouse.com.
I know it doesn't feel like it right now, but the cold air is coming fast. That means a couple different things to me and you. Energy bills will be rising and company coming over for the holidays. Dan Watkins here with all Four Seasons garage, entry doors, and windows. It's time to get your house ready for the winter air and your holiday visitors. The good news is that we have you covered for every opening in your home. So call us today to set up a free estimate with one of our amazing sales consultants. They'll help you pick out the perfect garage door, front door, and windows for your home.
Looking for bold discussions on vital issues? Tune in to The Janelle King Show every Saturday at 3 p.m. with an encore episode every Sunday at 9 a.m. right here on Xtra 106.3, where we dive into kitchen table topics that are essential for a strong republic. Don't miss an episode, but if you do, it's all good because we have new podcasts that drop every Tuesday on the Podcast Park or wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss out on these thought-provoking conversations.
Lee Brandt Jewelry and Watch Company, where quality and value make the difference. Locally owned and located in Sandy Springs, offering you the finest selection of unique diamonds, sapphires, rubies, and emerald jewelry, as well as other fine gemstones. Lee Brandt Jewelry and Watches has been servicing Rolex watches for over 30 years, and their Rolex-trained watchmaker will service your watch in their state-of-the-art Rolex service center in their store. Lee Brandt uses only genuine Rolex parts, and their estimates are free. Drop by Lee Brandt in the Trader Joe's Shopping Center in Sandy Springs or visit LeeBrandt.com.
Mike Rowe here with a few thoughts on my favorite sweatshirt, a classic zip-up hoodie that used to be navy blue but has since faded to what the fashionistas call a distressed indigo. It's 13 years old, soft as a flannel bathrobe, and after a few hundred dirty jobs, demonstrably and undeniably indestructible. This is the kind of sweatshirt girlfriends like to permanently borrow. But I've held on to this one because I got it from American Giant. American Giant makes all their stuff right here in the USA, so they can control every link in their own supply chain. That matters, because when you buy American Giant, you not only get great quality, you create jobs for people in factory towns all over the country. No pressure, but if you give a damn about the business of making things in America, you got to support the companies who are doing it right.
Thanks, Mike. One more thing we agree on. Buy American at american-giant.com/Glenn. Use my name and get 20% off your first order at american-giant.com/Glenn.
The stories that matter to you. These are your Georgia headlines. Presented by RBM of Atlanta, your Mercedes-Benz connection since 1964.
Good morning. Here are your top stories in the state of Georgia for today, Wednesday, November 13th. Henry County police are searching for a young girl named Cassidy Cornett, who may have been abducted by Timothy Roberts. Police say the girl was forcibly taken from Scarborough Road in Stockbridge by Roberts. Roberts was last seen driving a green Toyota RAV4 with the license plate SCZ8147. Cassidy is listed as an endangered person, and police are seeking anyone who knows or sees her or Roberts to please call Henry County Non-Emergency Dispatch. Dion Patterson, the suspect in the Midtown Atlanta shooting case, was declared mentally ill and mentally incompetent to stand trial. Fulton County Superior Court Judge Eric Dunaway ordered Patterson to be committed to the Georgia Department of Behavioral Health and Evaluation and Treatment. If Patterson is later deemed competent, he will return to court. If not, the department may retain him for up to 9 months. And in sports, the Georgia Bulldogs have fallen out of the top 10 in the college football rankings after their loss to Ole Miss. The Bulldogs have dropped to the 12th spot in the rankings, giving them an opportunity to compete in the new 12-team playoff at the end of the season. With your headlines, Scott Rhino, Trump 106.3.
In the wake of Hurricane Helene and Milton, Truist Bank and their employees have been working hard to help all communities affected by these devastating storms. To date, Truist has gathered and donated more than 15 tractor trailers worth of non-perishable foods, water, cleaning supplies, and so much more. They continue to provide and prepare meals for citizens of Greenville and Asheville and work to deploy mobile branches in the hardest hit areas, plus having donated over $2 million from the Truist Foundation to their disaster relief partners. There's more to be done. Everybody realizes that. The cameras have turned off, but those people are still in need. Truist has a purpose, and it remains to inspire, build better lives and communities. Find out ways that you can help at your local Truist branch or online at truist.com. Tug, Rhino, and Los on the Morning Extra. I love what Vivek Ramaswamy tweeted out, and it kind of goes along with the thing that we're going to talk about here. Over the last 2 years, the Supreme Court has ruled that the administrative state is behaving in wildly unlawful ways, but slapping the bureaucracy on the wrist won't solve the problem. It's the only thing is a massive downsizing, which he's going to be a part of along with Elon Musk. And it takes me to Kash Patel because he has people scared assless. To steal a Lowe's line, scared assless for sure. They are horrified of the fact that this guy knows the ins and outs of the FBI. He knows how they're breaking the law. He knows how they're keeping information from you, the American people, and from the people that are conducting investigations internally in the government. And I want y'all to hear from him. This clip's about 90 seconds, but he summarizes it so well. And as you listen, think about what the left is thinking. Right? Because they've weaponized the government, they've weaponized the DOJ, they've weaponized the FBI, they've weaponized it all, and he knows it.
You need a 24/7 declassification office. Sits in the White House, reports directly to you, and you take incoming from the United States of America. I want JFK. I want the 9/11 files. I want this. I want that. What the deep state uses the most to cover up their corruption is an illegal application of the classification system. The Lovebird texts for FBI, DOJ land, Russiagate, Strzok and Page were texting each other. They were running the Russiagate investigation against Trump. They were the head of the counterintelligence unit at the FBI, and they're having an extramarital affair together. Can't make this stuff up. They're sending each other texts about how much they hate Trump and are going to create an insurance policy to stop Trump. Then we finally find those text messages. You know what the FBI and DOJ do for like a year? Redact them to congressional investigators and congressional men and women running the oversight. That's just one example. But it gets even better. Here's the deep state full circle. Just last week, do you know what Strzok and Page received from the Department of Justice?
What?
A $1.5 million payout to settle a lawsuit that Strzok and Page brought for the improper disclosure of their personal text messages on FBI phones. And the DOJ just rewarded them. They broke the law. They broke the chain of command. They broke every regulation there is in the FBI. They weaponized the system of justice against a political target they hated. We found those text messages, and we got them declassified finally in full when I became Deputy Director of National Intelligence. And the world has now seen them, and they can read them. And that's the best form of transparency. That's why I want this 24/7 declassification office. So now you know what happens. That's step one. Step two, get America the truth. And that's what that office would be for.
Transparency. I kept hearing him say that, and I keep hearing Vivek Ramaswamy say it. I keep hearing Elon Musk say it. When they do this and they open up the books and they're clear and honest with the American people, this country is going to grow exponentially in trust and in value. It is going to be a place where people can be comfortable knowing that their government actually works for them, and it all stems from freedom of speech and transparency.
Yeah, I think this is the most important thing that we need is, and this is why everybody's so scared, is these redacted documents that should never have been redacted when sent to members of Congress, by the way.
All have security clearances.
Which they all do. And they've done this every single time because they don't want the truth out there, and that's where Democrats are afraid. What they realize is this is going to be literally, unlike what everybody else has said in the past, the most transparent presidency and government that I think we'll ever get. Kash Patel has been great for years talking about a lot of these things and explaining what's going on behind closed doors. The DOJ information that we've asked for, and Jim Jordan and all of them that they've asked for that's been redacted, it's coming to light. Everything that President Trump has talked about, it's coming to light. This is why Democrats are scared. They realize that when their people and their voters hear the truth and realize they've been lied to for this long and misled and filled with propaganda, they may never win again.
I don't know how much truth there is to it. The discussion point of Donald Trump was interested in releasing all the JFK files.
Which is what Kash hit in the beginning.
And that Mike Pompeo was talking about how that's going to do so much damage, you can't do it. That was the discussion point that's been out there for the better part of 3 years. And then Donald Trump kind of added fuel to the fire, basically, by telling people, if you knew what I knew, you saw what I saw, you would understand. Okay, that's all he's really ever said about it. Man, if you want to talk about that level of transparency, if you want to talk about if you wanted to put fuel on the fire on gutting a government, release files that show that the government killed the president.
Yeah. 100%.
That is when you'll recognize the original sin occurred in November 1963.
Yep.
And this is why we have to take this thing down a whole, not more than just a notch, a lot.
It's almost like when you break a bone, your bone actually grows back stronger. It's kind of like I feel like we need to do with the federal government, right? We need to break it. And then that way it grows back stronger. And I think that's what transparency does, to your point.
Yeah. Oh, I think this is going to be even bigger than just, I love that you have to start there, right? You have to start at JFK and say, hey, this is where it started. And then you have to end with Fauci, the NIH, and what happened in Ukraine with the biolabs there, Wuhan,
all of it.
Institute of Virology, and all the players, including EcoHealth Alliance. You need to end there. But you need to open them up with something that happened a long time ago to show them where it started.
And by the way, at the same time, you're also going to make sure. Oh, and by the way, all these celebrities that you are holding in such high regard, here's what the federal government had on them as well as part of these investigations. Like, why not just let it all out there?
And y'all know I can't stand Hollywood. I hate them. That's the reason I don't watch movies. It's the reason I'm not into it. And my Achilles heel is music, and there's just as many filthy, dirty people in music. But I despise Hollywood, and I don't know if there'd make anything that would make me more happy than that.
Like, once I find out, because and this is going to be problematic for him, but once I find out all the horrible things that were done to Justin Bieber, I'm going to be like,
which I believe there is.
Why don't we go buy an album or two? All right,
right.
These are the sorts of things that when you start taking apart this cult of personality, this how we view these things. Now, this election was really indicative of how we're not paying attention to celebrities anymore. That was a huge deal. Kamala Harris could have every single person up on stage, and it did not matter to the tune of 312 electoral votes. But let's finish the deal. Let's finish the job here. Let's take apart what this government is. We are, as we brought it up on Friday when you were out, Gen X is the F-it generation. We're the ones that burn it down. Let's take this thing apart.
That's right. And sunlight, remember the Supreme Court justice that said sunlight is the best disinfectant? I would say I would replace sunlight, at least in this moment, to say transparency is the best disinfectant for all the things that you despise. You listening right now, the things that you despise about the government, transparency will disinfect that so you can trust, or at least relatively begin to trust your federal government again.
Yeah, and the funny part is they keep saying, Carlos said it earlier, this is too much for the American people to handle. This is, you know what? It's not.
Nothing is.
What it is it's too much for the bureaucrats. It's too much for the players and the elites to be caught doing what they're doing. Because I'll tell you right now, he's going to go to Jan 6. He's going to pull up everything that Nancy Pelosi was involved in and every Democrat and their smear campaign, their propaganda campaign, Liz Cheney, Dick Cheney. They all know that they are going to be in trouble because Trump is an outsider. He's an American person who wants the American people to really understand transparency. Full transparency. We can handle it. We already know you're corrupt. We want to know how deep the deep state is. And when we find out, the only thing that's going to happen to you is you'll never get voted in again. And that's scary to Democrats.
I would love to have Kash Patel. First off, they're going to try and kill him. Okay, that's the CIA and the
They've
FBI.
made it clear that they're not afraid to do that.
Very clear, you got to go. But I would love to hear him put out the sort of information that tells me, oh, by the way, there were 50 federal operators that were working on January 6th with the entire plan to entrap as many Americans as possible. Okay, these are the sorts of things that we know. Now I want my government to tell me that this is what is so.
Yeah, make them tell the truth. Dude, there's nothing more.
Gretchen Whitmer's kidnapping.
Yeah, all that. When you make someone stand in front of the entire world and say, here's what I did, and here's how it affected you, that puts the fear of God in people. And let me tell you, nobody wants to be on that pedestal. Nobody wants to be in that hot seat, and it will prevent people from doing in the future. Now, will it prevent everybody? No. There's going to be people that try to work around it, that try to get away with it anyway. But most people, it's like making an example of someone. You know, remember when school teachers used to make example out of somebody that was acting up, and you put them in the corner, or you sent them to get at least when I was in elementary school, to get the paddling? Man, people acted right because there was consequences.
Yeah.
And that's what it'll take to get it right here.
Yeah, I mean, bringing back morality, bringing back that kind of idea. I mean, I know they've tried to throw God out, and they continue to do it. Democrats will continue to put judges in place that don't allow any kind of thought of religion or love or morality. But I think the people are better than that, stronger than that, and they'll stand up to it. I will be interested to see how a lot of these groups that believed in the Democrat Party and believed that Donald Trump was a fascist, like an Antifa, will sit back and look and go, boy, were we on the wrong side of this, tearing up the country for the Democrats when we should have been looking and dealing with Donald Trump. Because I'll tell you right now, he's the most libertarian / conservative candidate that we've ever had. This is a man who wants total government control, rework so the people are handed back the power. And that's huge for independents, libertarians, and of course, the GOP.
7 o'clock hour is brought to you by Van Sant Law. If you're in an accident, make the right call. VanSantLaw.com. Joy Reid might not have a job soon because her network is going to be up for sale. But I don't... Next on Extra 106.3.
Do not let your sons and daughters join the military until Trump is able to get in there and clean out the riffraff.
I'll tell you.
The Kimmer Show every afternoon from 3 to 6 p.m. on Extra 106.3 and the Extra app.
We are winding down 2024. It doesn't seem like that could even be possible. And man, I got out of the house this morning. The wind was blowing and whipping around. It was cold out there. I feel like we moved to Antarctica or something. Turns out it's just fall in Georgia. We just have those, those chilly mornings and warmer afternoons. That's kind of the way it's been, and it'll be that way for another month or so. And, we don't have terribly cold winters, thank God. But there are those days that you'll need that heating to work the way it's supposed to work efficiently, to keep your house perfectly toasty, warm, and comfortable. Central Heating and Air Conditioning can make that happen for you. Think about it. Your home, that's where you spend most of your time. It's where you make all your memories, where you have dinner with your family. It's where you pet the dogs, where you send the kids off to school and welcome them back home, whether they're in elementary, middle, or high school or off to college like my son. You want your home to be comfortable when they get back there. Carrier products, the best in the business, working with the best of the business at Central Heating and Air Conditioning. You can get $2,000 off a new Carrier system if you need that. But if you don't, you have maybe something that's not working exactly right with your current system. Doesn't matter if it's Carrier. They work on all brands. And then when you get it fixed, get a maintenance agreement so it lasts as long as it possibly can. But if you are to that point, you need a new Carrier system, then reach out to Central Heating and Air Conditioning. You can get one and get a good deal on it, too. Chuck and his team been serving Atlanta since 1946. Call them today, 770-GET-HEAT. Go to centralheat.com.
Modular and offsite construction is booming. If you're an architect, building engineer, supplier, developer, or contractor, you can't miss the Offsite Construction Summit, coming to the International Convention Center in Atlanta on November 20th. With the rising cost of traditional building, modular and offsite construction is changing the way companies build. It's quicker, cheaper, and offers a faster ROI. So don't miss the Offsite Construction Summit, coming to Atlanta on November 20th. Register today at offsiteconstructionnetwork.com. That's offsiteconstructionnetwork.com.
Who doesn't want a great smile? The world seems brighter because it is. Hey, it's a Kimmer. How's it going? You know, that's only one reason to see my dentist, Dr. Dina Giesler at Atlanta Smiles. The other reason, of course, is to take care of your teeth if they're going to make your life miserable. We all know that. But when's the last time you were smiling before you walked in the door like me? Because I know Dr. Dina and her staff are the happiest Kimmer babes you ever saw. We're going to fix me up, and I always take the gas. They tell me my best stories come out that way. And you can actually get a doggy right there napping in my lap, a little doggy. I said, go ahead, work away. Dr. Dina's a Navy vet, ranked a master dentist, which only 1% can say. She's been doing veneers since before anybody even knew what that was. My first visit was 30 years ago. Cosmetic dentistry, cleaning, bridges, crowns, especially keeping your teeth and gums healthy to last as long as you do. Veterans automatic 10% discount. Just tell them when you call. Atlanta Smiles, 404-262-7733. It's atlantasmiles.com. Your new smile's waiting for you. atlantasmiles.com. Tell them the Kimmer sent you. Ask for the doggy. atlantasmiles.com.
Hey, Georgia neighbors, it's time to expect more from your Medicare Advantage. Discover Sonder Health's custom plans tailored just for Georgians. Saunders offers unique benefits, including special plans for those living with chronic conditions. Some plans even come with grocery or gas benefits to support your overall well-being. Sonder Health makes it easy to get the coverage you need. See for yourself what today's Medicare Advantage can do for you. Visit SonderHealthPlans.com, a healthier state of life. Sonder Health Plans is an HMO and PPO with Medicare contracts. Enrollment in Sonder Health Plans depends on contract renewal.
Share all the holiday joy this season with the convenient shipping and enhanced network of the United States Postal Service. Visit USPS.com/holiday ride.
You and the ups and the downs. He's been with you every morning, noon, and night. You've traveled the world together. Heck, he was even with you on your first big date. But have you noticed he's struggling lately? Not performing on the job. He can't even stand up straight anymore. He's wanting to cry out for help, but just doesn't know how. He needs Dr. Dio and Total Body Therapy of Georgia. They can give him the gift of good posture this year, help him stand proud and become all he was meant to be. Now, take him by the hand, look him in the eye and say, I appreciate you, little fella, and we're going to get you some help. We're going to call 404-777-1911. We're going to visit tbtofga.com. We are going to say goodbye to erectile dysfunction forever. Total Body Therapy of Georgia. It's a hard conversation to have, but it's one worth having. Learn more online at tbtofga.com.
Hey there, I'm Tara, owner and publisher of Our Town Monthly, Cobb's premier lifestyle magazine, where you'll find familiar faces, local voices, and community businesses like Truffles Vein Specialist.
Hi, I'm Holly with Truffles Vein Specialist. We have 5 locations across Atlanta, and even better, our West Cobb location is able to offer same-day appointments right now. We're proud to have been voted Best of Georgia in health and medical time and time again. We specialize in diagnosing and treating DVT or blood clots in the legs and venous insufficiency. If you have leg pain, swelling, heavy or achy legs, bulging varicose veins, spider veins, or pelvic pain, reach out. We'd love to help. We accept most health insurance plans and many treatments are covered. Plus, we offer free vein screenings at all locations. For more information, call us at 678-833-1444 or visit trufflesveinspecialist.com.
Wow, Holly, sign me up. We just love our advertising partners. And remember, our town is your town at Our Town Monthly.
Extra 106.3 is the only station in Atlanta to bring you the legend Neil Bortz, a live and local news talk show on your ride in, and the Kimmer Show every afternoon. Be here at 3 for the Kimmer, Pete, and Flounder, only on Extra 106.3 and the Extra app.
As we sit here at the Battery Atlanta, Truist Park, Home of the Atlanta Braves, Dickey Broadcasting Company, our sister station, 680 The Fan, home of the Braves, and Extra 1063. If we walk to the conference room, which I can see through the studio window, right next to where Carlos is sitting, I can see the Comcast building. And there is rumor that MSNBC is being shopped to be sold by Comcast because it is such a failing product. They're like, how do we get this off of our freaking group?
It's big salaries.
Yeah.
And
complete failure.
And in the era of Trump from 2016 to 2020, you did fine when it came to numbers. You got Rachel Maddow paid when she moved away from the station, then turned it into, well, I'll just show up once a week and this is what I'll do. But now, as we got through this most recent Joe Biden presidency, as we're on the little death throes of that, I think that they've made it very clear. They sold a bill of goods to their audience. And now that bill has come home to roost. The audience has now dropped. For instance, we talked about how they've been down anywhere from 35 to 56% in terms of total audience in the past week. Joy Reid being one of those people where the audience basically said, you've been lying to me about this entire election, this entire time. You told me on election night that Kamala Harris ran the most perfect campaign.
Oh, my God.
And so your only response ends up being, well, let me double down on identity politics and lies and what I'm doing. I want you to take a listen to this piece of audio. This is Joy Reid. They're discussing some of the appointments that Donald Trump has made. And the one at the time was Senator Rubio. And she's trying to talk about how the world is looking at us, and she's laughing about it. But take a listen to how maniacal it sounds, where this woman has basically been broken by Donald Trump.
I'm so sorry. God. Joining me now is David Jolly, who served in the House of Representatives as a Republican. But for some reason, we can never figure out that we've been trying for years. It's no longer affiliated. No longer affiliated with them. I'm sorry.
You just all lie. One of the main reasons you just all lie.
I'm so embarrassed. The whole world can see us, David. They can see us.
Yes, they can.
They can see us.
Thank God.
They see us. They're like,
they
what
all fall in line. They all fall in line.
It happened. She finally broke, and all she could do was laugh. Like, you see people when they have tragedy in their lives, and sometimes they break down, they cry, and they go wild. Some of them laugh maniacally because they can't understand what has happened to them. She's going to lose her job, lose her career. She's not going to be on TV anymore.
Who's hiring her
because
when it's over?
Of Donald J. Trump. And she's laughing in part. I'll tell you, because part-time psychologist. She's laughing because she can't believe it got to this point.
Yeah, this is a nervous laughter, if anything. This is a very scared laughter because Carlos is exactly right, except for one thing. It wasn't Donald Trump. It was her. It was her media company. It was all the media that caused them to really have to fold. CNN is going to lose so many people. Chris Wallace, what a stupid mistake it was anyway for him to leave Fox to go to CNN, but now he's going to face those consequences. So are a lot of the big names at CNN. They did this to themselves, and I'm glad that it's coming apart. The funny part is, you don't think the world was laughing when we put a guy with a mustache as, our nuclear waste person and he was stealing luggage, or we have a rear admiral that's dressed like a woman, or any of the ridiculous things they've seen at the White House with men who have boobs flashing cameras. They were laughing at us way before this. Now they're scared. Now they understand that America's back. America's going to be stronger. The dollar is getting stronger. Everything they're doing is going to protect America and set us up to be number one again. That's what's really happening. Nobody's laughing at us. She is, like Carlos said, breaking down right in front of our eyes.
Let me let everybody in the audience know how the game works. All right, just so you'll now have a view as to what's going on with MSNBC and CNN. One of the main reasons why this radio station has had the level of success that it has is because we have local advertisers who do local advertising. And so our ratings, our revenue, our salaries are tied to local advertising. That's how that works for us. When you are on a national, a CNN or an MSNBC, what you have is an agency. And agencies make agency buys based on numbers. They don't care about anything. In part, they don't even care so much about the content. It's just, what are your numbers? And depending on those numbers in a key demo, this is what we're buying.
How many eyes are you getting on our product?
When you don't have the numbers in those key demos, they stop buying. There is no such thing as a whatever local tire dealership that is doing CNN or Joe's Bagels that does MSNBC. They're not supported by local. It's strictly by national agency advertising. So when you have Joy Reid making X amount of millions of dollars and her numbers are down by 56%, and she's been going along these lines of talking this insanity when it came to the election, this is why her head's on the chopping block and why everyone at CNN is so upset, because they know their heads are on the chopping block.
And that's the thing I mentioned briefly. Who's going to hire these people? That's what I'm saying. Like, who is going to go, you know what, Joy Reid, she was really good on MSNBC. What network or what podcasting company? Maybe there will be one.
Yeah.
Maybe there will be one. But I expect if she's going to do the exact same thing she did on MSNBC, it will fail too.
Oh, I think so, too. Look, she's going to have her base. There are 30% of the far left progressives that will sit and listen to her lies and reiterate her lies, but it's not going to be on TV.
Well, but that's what I'm saying.
Well,
Like,
no, she's going to have to go
there.
No, she's going to have to start her own channel, YouTube. She's going to have to go to social to be a success if she wants to be a success. She has enough followers to probably make money that way, but I think you're 100% right. I don't think she gets another job in a mainstream media outlet for a long time. She does have a name, but look at the numbers. When those numbers drop like that, Carlos is right. Who's going to buy that?
There are people that can center. Chris Cuomo, for all of his time on CNN, he centered.
That's a great point.
He basically made it up. He did the mea culpa. Here's what I believed in. Here I was wrong. I mean, that dude was talking about, and I took ivermectin to get over having COVID. I mean, he went completely 180 different from there. Don Lemon could not. Like, he was dedicated to it. And that's why he doesn't do any numbers. That's why when he was going back and forth with Elon Musk to do a show, and he's like, I want $8 million, and I want a Cybertruck, and I want... It's like, wait a minute. You can't do anything.
You have no pull. Why would I give you any of that?
Pull.
Yeah.
So it really comes to be seen, comes to reason. Let's see who can center. Let's see who can... And hey, you were on CNN, and so you were speaking to this group. Who can show that they can center and give you a more well-rounded broadcast? Maybe that's Caitlin Collins. I don't know. I mean, that's a Southern girl who's been playing this game accordingly. I don't know. Maybe.
I think if there's anybody, she may be the one that could probably land on her feet, because I do think she's a smart lady. I think she knew what audience she was playing to and played to them hard. Yeah. Maybe she believes all that stuff. And if she does, then it's probably going to be more challenging. But even though Chris Cuomo has centered, and I agree with you that he doesn't have any... His reputation is so tarnished.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I'm not watching that clown. There's nothing he's going to say that's going to...
No.
Maybe people that don't keep up fall for it, but I don't
You
know
need
how
a
you
little
do.
trust. You need a little trust, and I don't think any of them have it. Even Caitlin Collins. When you read her regular Twitter account, you realize who she is. But I think you're right. She would be able to make some kind of transfer.
I watched Chris Cuomo debate a comedian just to watch him get hammered.
Yeah.
Okay? Now,
yeah, exactly.
And I enjoyed it, but the reason why I watched Dave Smith end up, having a discussion with him and then having a debate was because I wanted to see him get smashed. So, yeah, there's still a point where you can bring this.
I see what you mean.
I didn't go there for Dave Smith.
Yeah.
I went there to see Chris Cuomo get his butt kicked.
When we come back on Extra 106.3, we now have a landing spot for two of the biggest names in the Trump coalition after a Neil Bortz report and a Fox News update. More of the Morning Extra. Tug Rhino with Los until 10.
It's time for the Bortz Report, exclusively on Atlanta's only conservative news and talk station, Extra 106.3.
One of the greatest enemies that Donald Trump is going to face during his 4 years in the White House is the national media. They've been spurned and embarrassed, and they want revenge. They won't quit fighting. I think I have a pretty good example to give you here of what I'm talking about. Donald Trump had a lot of generals on his staff that apparently didn't like him a lot because they were much more woke than he is. They pushed DEI and other leftist woke causes in the operations of their various branches of the military service. So Trump wants to purge these woke generals. So he is going to create what is maybe called a warrior board to review the conduct of officials and recommended names for firing. This board will consist of senior military officials who would have the power to recommend the dismissal of any 3- or 4-star generals that are deemed lacking in requisite military leadership qualities. Okay, so how is the media going to report this story to make it look as bad for Donald Trump as possible? Now, remember the purpose of this warrior board that he's putting together. They're going to review these generals and their wokeness and recommend that some of them be dismissed. In other words, recommend that some of them be fired. And Trump, as the commander-in-chief, has the authority to do that. No questions asked. So I looked at a website last night called The Daily Beast. The Daily Beast is not all that fond of Donald Trump. They're aware of this plan to investigate some of these generals and maybe dismiss them. So how does the headline on their story read? Here you go. Trump plans firing squad for generals he hates. How's that for good, subjective, honest reporting? And that's what Trump will face for the next 4 years. Firing squad? Neil Bortz, Extra 106.3.
Join Braves Vacations for some exciting road trips to historic cities and ballparks during the 2025 season. Fans can enjoy 3 games at Fenway Park in Boston to watch the Braves take on the Red Sox May 15th through the 19th. Or head to Wrigley Field for 3 games against the Chicago Cubs August 31st through September 3rd. Road trip packages include deluxe hotel accommodations, game tickets, exclusive events with Braves team personnel, unique excursions, select meals, optional airfare, and more. Visit Braves.com/vacation to learn more. As the year comes to a close, now is the perfect time to evaluate your estate plan to protect your hard-earned assets from the high tax rates. Nelson Elder Care Law is here to help you keep your assets secure for future generations. As a family-owned and family-focused business, our mission is to exceed your expectations, offering absolute assurance and peace of mind. With our expertise in customized estate planning, Medicaid planning, probate administration, guardianship, and conservatorship, we protect what matters most to you. Schedule a free legacy planning meeting today to discover how we can help families just like yours. Don't let the government decide how to spend your money. Contact us at 678-250-9355, 678-250-9355. Or visit NelsonElderCareLaw.com. Nelson Elder Care Law, your partner in asset protection.
WFOM and W292EV Marietta, a Dickey broadcasting station. The 8 a.m. hour is brought to you by Central Heating and Air.
Heading back to the White House, I'm Chris Foster, Fox News. It's a tradition then President Trump skipped with then President-elect Biden in 2020, a meeting to talk about the transition between administrations. They will meet this morning with now President-elect Trump getting ready to return to office.
White House spokeswoman Karine Jean-Pierre was asked what message President Biden wants to send with this invitation and sit down.
The importance of keeping the norms, the importance of having a transition that is going to be efficient. This is what the American people deserve.
She would not elaborate on any agenda items or topics of discussion. Jessica Rosenthal, Fox News.
Yeah, President-elect Trump says tech billionaire Elon Musk and former presidential candidate Vivek Ramaswamy will lead an unofficial Department of Government efficiency to find places to cut federal government. There's another cabinet pick.
Overnight, Trump announcing that Pete Hegseth, the best-selling author, the combat veteran, and co-host of Fox and Friends Weekend, will lead the Department of Defense. Trump writing, "Nobody fights harder for the troops, and Pete will be a courageous and patriotic champion of our peace through strength policy." Former Director of National Intelligence John Ratcliffe is heading back to the government. He's Trump's pick for CIA director. He's spoken out frequently about the threat China and Iran pose. He's also accused some in the intelligence community of political misinformation. Trump writing, "Ratcliffe has been a warrior for truth and honesty with the American public. When 51 intelligence officials were lying about Hunter Biden's laptop, there was one, Ratcliffe, telling the truth to the American people."
Fox's Mark Meredith, the special counsel prosecuting 2 federal criminal cases against President-elect Trump, Jack Smith, will, according to the New York Times, finish his investigations and resign before Trump takes office in January, rather than be fired and leave any loose ends. Flights from the United States to Haiti are prohibited for at least the next 30 days by the Federal Aviation Administration because of planes being hit by gunfire over the airport in Port-au-Prince, at least 3 Sunday and Monday. America's listening to Fox News.
Our nation's problems have been building for the past 50 years, and they're not going away overnight, which is why we must prepare now for a financial collapse that will affect the entire economy. The good news is there's an easy way to do that. Hi, I'm Dr. Ron Paul, and I believe everyone should consider a gold IRA from the Birch Gold Group to diversify their IRA or 401k. Gold is a proven bedrock in almost every kind of economy. To learn more, get a free info kit from my trusted friends at Birch Gold by texting the word PROTECT to 989898. Don't wait until decades of government irresponsibility come crashing down on your retirement. Get your free info kit on gold IRAs from Birch Gold now. Text PROTECT to the number 989898. That's PROTECT to 989898.
Message and data rates may apply.
Tired of all the negative media manipulation? Wake up feeling right with the Morning Extra on Extra 106.3, Atlanta's only conservative news and talk station.
Doug, Rhino, and Los on the Morning Extra until 10. You can listen to us at extra1063.com. You can listen to us on the Extra app, 106.3 FM, 1230 AM, the YouTube channel. Good morning. We have new camera angles. It's all fancy in here. It's crazy.
Are we far enough away from Veterans Day to talk about some of our Veterans Day golf tournament humor that we have left over?
Dude, we should have did that day up, man. It doesn't matter. It's fine.
So we had an MRE that was in here for the longest time, and it's disappeared.
Yeah, it has.
And all that's left is like the little cleanup material that they would put in there.
Is that what that is right there?
Right. Yeah, right over here. It's like the last little bit of just toilet paper and stuff like that you get with an MRE. And so our joke was, and Ryan was pointing out, well, maybe Kimmer had a flashback and just ate it. And then we
got under the desk.
And we recognized we were probably about 7 or 8 holes in, and there was a helicopter that flew over the top of us when we were at the golf course. And Pete yelled, "Heads up, fire in the hole."
Oh, God.
and Pete just goes, "Watch him. He's going to dig a fighting hole." So having the MRE suddenly disappear, I don't think Kimmer ate it. But if he did,
he may have.
Congratulations, sir.
Absolutely.
Thank you, good Marine.
The other thing that was fun is they have a cannon that shoots a golf ball 350 yards.
I forgot about this.
It's the most amazing thing.
And so Carlos convinces everybody, and if you know anything about movies, you understand this reference, but he convinces Kimmer when he gets up there to yell
from the movie Full Metal Jacket.
Full Metal Jacket, come get some.
So you just get some. I told everybody, I was like, listen, because again, it's a charity donation, and so it goes to the
it's like $5 a ball or something, and you can shoot a bunch of them.
It's $20 per person, right? And so there's 4 of us. I was like, it's $80, and I'd bought some mulligans, and obviously everything going to the Warrior Alliance and everything that we have going on. So I was like, I have no problem with us 4 doing this. So here's my card. And I said, but there's one condition. You have to yell, "Get some!" before you shoot it.
Did he do it?
Sure enough.
Let's go.
And Pete was the worst about it, though. Pete goes, "Poof, get some."
Yeah.
That was it. And I was like, oh, come on,
That was like fake participation.
It was so bad. It was a failure of an effort, whereas, Rhino and I are like, "Get some!"
As you should.
I screamed and spit at the same time.
Of course.
But the other thing was when he kept hearing it, because you get a whole away, you can hear this. It sounds like a cannon, obviously. And poor Kimmer's over on the green on the tee box, and he kind of moved over to the other tee box because he has to go up to the next tee, and he hears it go boom, boom, and he turns and then falls. And we were like,
Kimmer, you're talking about Kimmer? He turns and falls.
Yeah. Laid down on the ground and was like,
accidentally falls or hits the deck?
No, it's in like there's something
a little bit of both. Yeah, a little bit of both. And I kind of got nervous about him. I couldn't tell if he was playing or he really, because his first head turn, it looked like he really heard something and got scared for a minute.
The other funny part was there was a tee box that was kind of perpendicular to where we were. and they were shanking some balls off the tee. Again, it's just they were having a good time, but they were shanking some balls.
Some Tito's involved.
So we get in our golf cart because Rhino and I are riding together, and Rhino sees this from like 100 yards out. He's like, "Oh, watch this! This ball's coming! This ball's coming! It's gonna hit Kimmer! It's gonna hit Kimmer!" And I'm telling you, this is like slow motion. I don't even know where the ball is. I'm like, "What are you talking about?" He's like, "Turn around, look, watch Kimmer." Sure enough, a golf ball comes flying in, like almost hits him in the legs as he's getting into his cart, and he'd been calling it like 100 yards out. He's like, "It's coming! Watch this! Watch this!"
Oh, jeez, man, that was terrible golfers. This is worse than I am.
Hey, Kimmer didn't even notice. He just kept walking.
He didn't notice the ball. He didn't hear it whipping by him.
That ball come flying in. Yeah,
he didn't even see it.
Gracious.
I think Pete saw it, but I don't think anybody else
so
did.
Good times. Can't wait for next year.
That is
Can't wait for next year.
Yeah,
now we have another event coming up this week with our small business, where we're going to be doing our casino night. So that's going to be the next one that's on our dance list. So Thursday night, I will see all you guys out while we fake gamble.
That's exactly right, which is going to be a big time.
So small businesses out there, I think we're full, but if we're not, hey, reach out to us.
Please, I do believe it's sold out, but this is one of those events that is always fun because I love to play the game of craps, but I don't have the money to play the game of craps. So when I go here, I can blow it out, man. I can play craps like I want to play craps in real life. I lose all my money, and then I'm done. I still get the enjoyment of gambling, and at the end of the night, you give it to the sponsors, and they put it in, they get the tickets, and they can win some stuff. It is just a fun time to be with the people that share your values, companies that partner with Extra 106.3, that care about this country. And that's why we always say, if you hear people advertising in the morning show and the afternoon show specifically, across the station altogether, but specifically in the morning show and the afternoon show, support those companies. When you have a need and it goes in line with what some of these companies do, give them the first opportunity to earn your business. It's all we ask for what Extra provides.
Yeah, this is a fun event. I enjoyed it a lot last year. Now, if you're one of the sponsors who's looking for my money earned back,
yeah, I didn't have
I'm not good at that part.
Well, you might actually own Rhino by the end of the evening, where you will have him being an endorser for you for like the next 3 years because he's so indebted to you.
I might be that in debt. Yeah, last year they told me once you lose your money, you don't have to do much except for eat and drink and talk to people. So I was like, first table I went to, all in.
Shove it all in. Always bet on black.
Yeah, I'm going to be over here on the couch drinking and watching everybody else.
No kidding. It is a fun time. So we'll look forward to that on Thursday. Now, as Trump starts putting together his cabinet, he'll be in the Oval Office with Joe Biden at 11. It's rumored that Joe will be trying to convince him to stay the course in Ukraine, which I cannot believe for the life of me will happen. And I would be severely disappointed if there's not major changes with what goes on in Afghanistan, in Ukraine when January rolls around. But then on top of that, he's starting to nominate all the people that he wants to work for him in his cabinet. The two biggest names now have a place to be, and that's Vivek Ramaswamy and Elon Musk. It is the Department of Government Efficiency, and it's going to be wonderful. Think about what Elon Musk did at Twitter when they had, do you remember how many the total number of employees that they had at Twitter before he cut it down to like 100?
I don't remember the total, but I know it was a 75% cut.
Yeah. So, and Twitter now, X as it's called now, operates just the same way as it did when they had so many more people working there, replicating jobs, doing absolutely nothing, taking naps, working from home, not working at all.
Going down for yoga and wheatgrass shakes.
Yeah.
7,500 employees before he took over.
And what is it now, like 100?
Right now, as of the last count, is right around 1,500.
1,500. Okay, it's more than I thought. But still, that's still quite a big hack job, and it operates more efficiently. I can't wait till the federal government is put at the same standards that Elon Musk implemented at Twitter, now called X. And Vivek Ramaswamy has run companies too. It's not like he is some schmuck that don't know what he's doing. He's brilliant. Those two together are going to be a damn wrecking crew.
Yeah, and this is kind of a temporary assignment in reality, but I hope they continue to keep this open because I hope we always have a Department of Government efficiency. I think it is important, but they did say this is a temporary spot. And the reason that they picked these two is, they both have run business. They both understand bureaucracy and how it damages. So now they will go ahead and cut this out. They will look and say, how do we efficiently run a business? Donald Trump also, by the way, knows how to run a business and has done it very successfully for so many years. So now you got three of probably the smartest people in the world who, when it comes to business and starting businesses, are able to look and say, hey, this is good. This is what we could cut. This is what we need. And I love the transparency part that Elon Musk talks about. He's saying that he will not only ask every single American and ask the people what they think needs to be cut and what they think needs to stay. And then he will put it up there for everybody to look at.
The transparency end, everything you're talking about, Rhino, I think that is where it's going to lend a big helping hand when you say, we have 5,000 people working on this project. It really only requires 1,200. Suddenly the level of, oh my God, that's cruel that you're getting rid of 3,000 people, 3,800 people on this.
No,
it turns into, no, it just makes sense.
That's right.
And I think the more transparent you are, the more, yes, it is people's lives. I get that. And they are federal employees. I totally get that. But when you have this big of a government, the numbers I went through yesterday, the federal government employs more people than even Amazon. The only employer in this country that has more workers is Walmart, and that's it. Yeah. That means we're too big.
No, of course. And Amazon delivers your package within 2 days. It rarely ever misses, and they do it with less people. The government can't deliver a letter that I sent to my son's girlfriend. My wife and I bought her a Starbucks gift card and a birthday card and sent it to her. We sent it 2 weeks early. It got sent back to us saying it didn't have an efficient address on it. We looked at the address thinking we left something off.
Yeah.
The address is exactly right. So it got kicked back to us. So 4 weeks later, we get this thing. We had to take it to South Carolina with us last weekend and hand it to her personally. That's how bad and inefficient the government is.
I'm glad you could find the address. It was probably really hard to find.
No, because
like
they
right there and right there. Yeah. Gosh, that's amazing.
Like yesterday,
all this technology.
I have a pair of headphones that I normally like wearing. And these are the ones that I'll wear whenever I have to do phone interviews, things like that, with the microphone attached and all that stuff. And it's my favorite pair. And I have no idea what happened to it. And I'm pretty much convinced one of my daughters snagged it and is acting like she didn't. But anyway, so I had to order another pair. I'm going to get that today by 5 o'clock from Amazon. I ordered it yesterday at about 11 a.m. Tell me when my interactions with the federal government have me saying, I'm doing this on a Tuesday. By Wednesday, I'm getting the result. All right? That doesn't happen because of a lack of efficiency. That is what we're being promised, that we're going to make our government more efficient with these two leaders.
And there's no expectation of it being efficient or improving. They're just fine being stuck in the mud, not getting anything done.
I'm trying to remember who brought this up.
It actually pays their bills when they do that. They're employed longer.
I heard this, I wish I could remember, it was last week, and the discussion point was, what happens if you made federal employees show up to the office 5 days a week? That you would probably have 20 to 40% immediately leave the job if you asked them to do that. I have a friend of ours, good friend of our family. He has had every other Friday off working for the Government Accountability Office, which is funny that it's a Government Accountability Office. Mm-hmm. He's had every other Friday off and basically been working a 4-day work week for the better part of a decade. If you made him work 5 days a week and didn't give him every other Friday off, he'd probably go find another job.
That's unbelievable, man. That's unreal.
And this is somebody, and by the way, when he shows up after 10 o'clock, which he likes to brag to us that he does, those are the employees that my father-in-law, when he worked as a logistician for the U.S. Army, would go crazy over because he knows these people are not held to any accountability. I've got another friend of our family. She went to work for the CDC for 6 months, and she left because she goes, this place is an S show.
Yeah.
Well, yeah. But that's the thing. Like, all those people, and I believe you that they would be turning it in their notice. Where are they going to go that doesn't require you to come into the office every day? It's not like a business is going to be like, yeah, we're going to let you stick to your old government schedule. Don't worry about that. Who the hell's going to do that? Nobody.
Nah, go to Canada. I mean, that's where everybody in New York, all the illegals are running to. They're getting on buses to Canada, trying to get out the fear of, hey, we're breaking the law or we're not doing a good job. We got to get out. That's a good thing, by the way. I do wonder, and one of our listeners on YouTube, and you can follow us on the YouTube channel, make sure you like and subscribe. Keith asked, what about Elon's government contracts? A lot of people are asking that. What does he have to do? Does he have to step away from his businesses and his government contracts? Carlos, what do you think Elon's got to do to kind of show that, hey, this is very important?
Yeah, you have to, and this is what happens with some corporations out there. For instance, my wife works with a corporation where we have to show that we do not have a vested financial interest in any people that they're consulting for. That's part of our disclosure agreement. And if we were to add that to a portfolio, we have to disclose it to the company, and that might rule us out of then her being part of certain projects. It's the same concept. If you are not involved in anything that's going to profit you, or if you're not involved in anything where it's going to end up hurting you. For instance, if Elon Musk was to go cancel every government contract when it comes to any competitors to Starlink, you're going to have a problem.
Yeah, of course.
So there's a reason why you have Vivek that's part of this as well, so that there is a level of, I can be involved in this one, you're involved in the other.
But that comes back to transparency, and I think that's the whole point. And they talk about transparency. Trump's talking about transparency. We saw what transparency looked like under the administration that's currently in office until January, which means none at all. I think this is going to be the most transparent government you've ever seen. And sunlight is the best disinfectant for this mess that's in D.C.
I agree 100%. But at the same time, when I look at Elon Musk, I want to see NASA, who wastes so much money, let's be honest, and they do.
Gosh, complete waste.
Why not allow SpaceX to absorb that or be a part of it or be the private industry that we fund in order to do the things that we need to protect Space Force and everyone else? So I do want to see him involved in that certain way, but there has to be a transparent way, like Carlos said, and I love the idea that, well, let Vivek handle that.
Well, and if you understand how that contract works, and the only reason I do is because I'm a nerd and I watched the documentary. NASA, because of the cutbacks that occurred during the Barack Obama era, where we stopped sending people to space and we stopped sending them to the space station and we started hitching rides with the Russians. That's what it turned into. When NASA got a little bit more funding, they turned to SpaceX and other private companies to see who was going to win the contract. NASA, while yes, they are still the lead dog, they have basically outsourced everything to SpaceX at this point. And so, yeah, I don't think we're going to have to worry about some sort of cuts at NASA, only because cuts to NASA means cuts to SpaceX. If there's going to be any sort of cuts, that's probably going to fall on Vivek Ramaswamy's plate.
I want you to hear from your new Secretary of Defense, assuming he's confirmed, and I expect that he will be, Pete Hegseth. He is a weekend anchor at Fox News Channel, but prior to that, he did so much. He's got degrees from Harvard and Princeton. He's the two-time Bronze Star winner. Dude is a warrior.
He's a 20-year military man.
Yeah. Warrior. This is what, when I think of Secretary of Defense, this is what I think of. I remember working in the United States Navy thinking, okay, the SecDef, that's the guy that has the pulse on the entirety of the military, and nobody does it quite like Pete Hegseth, and he's not even gotten into the job yet.
Community by community, school board by school board, city by city, state by state, and across this nation, there is a Marxist political movement, call it culturally Marxist, call it progressive, call it what you want, that seeks the destruction of Western civilization and Judeo-Christian values, America being the most obvious representative of that over the last 250 years. That is their goal.
Dude, you couldn't hit it harder. Like when you talk, baseball, when they talk about hard hit balls, that's a hard hit ball.
That's coming off at 130 miles per hour.
That's pointing out it's not just as the Secretary of Defense, understanding not just who your foreign adversaries are, your local adversaries.
Exactly right. And when
your
you
domestic
take that
adversaries,
oath,
that's what they are.
When you take that oath and it says you will fight against anybody, any enemy, foreign or domestic, he recognizes both. 8 o'clock hours brought to you by Central Heating and Air Conditioning, your Atlanta Carrier experts. 770-GET-HEAT. CentralHeat.com is their website. What does a Trump victory really mean for you? It's that you can laugh again. We'll explain it next on Xtra 106.3.
The Kimmer Show is only live on Extra 106.3 every weekday afternoon on your drive home.
It was clear that Middle America just isn't going for this razzmatazz Cleopatra on the float. Let's elect her because she's black and female.
Not just that, but
it went.
Blacks and Latinos have woken up.
It meant that the DEI, once and for all, has been proven on a national level. It's not good.
The Kimmer Show every afternoon from 3 to 6 p.m. on Extra 106.3 and the Extra app.
Good morning, it's Lowe's. Let's talk about Howard Brothers and Steel Power Equipment. You know the name. You've seen it for years. S-T-I-H-L. That is steel. Well, you know this winter's moving in. You've seen that all the leaves are starting to drop off the trees. You're dealing with some of that stuff in the yard. Well, there's no better tool to handle some of those yard projects than a steel chainsaw. Yes, you at some point are going to have to do some trimming. That is what you're able to use. Maybe you're prepping for firewood season. Got our neighbors. They always do a fire pit. They went ahead and got after it with their steel chainsaw. They got themselves a bunch of firewood all taken care of. If you're tackling outdoor projects, steel chainsaws are ready to get the job done for you. And there's no better place when you want to find some experts on what you're purchasing than going over to Howard Brothers, your local Howard Brothers, where a lot of the people in there have been working there for years. They have expertise in all the equipment and the maintenance of the equipment. I'm telling you, that is one of the biggest factors, maintenance of your equipment. Make sure it lasts. You know, you don't want to just get 1 or 2 seasons out of a piece of equipment. You want to get a lot of seasons out of equipment. Howard Brothers has the perfect steel equipment to get you through the upcoming winter months. Their helpful team will get you geared up and ready with that chainsaw trusted by the pros so you can be better ready for whatever winter throws your way. Howard Brothers and Steel Chainsaws.
Don't miss the Atlanta Mushroom Festival, Sunday, November 17th at Park Tavern in Piedmont Park. Beginning at 12 noon and ending at 7 p.m., this dog and family-friendly event features educational speakers, live music, and over 30 mushroom-themed vendors. Early bird tickets are only $10, which directly supports the nonprofit festival. For more information, visit AtlantaMushroomFestival.com or Atlanta Mushroom Festival on all social platforms.
I know it doesn't feel like it right now, but the cold air is coming fast. That means a couple different things to me and you. Energy bills will be rising and company coming over for the holidays. Dan Watkins here with all Four Seasons garage, entry doors, and windows. It's time to get your house ready for the winter air and your holiday visitors. The good news is that we have you covered for every opening in your home. So call us today to set up a free estimate with one of our amazing sales consultants. They'll help you pick out the perfect garage door, front door, and windows for your home.
You know the old expression, I love it when a plan comes together? Well, with our First Liberty Notes, this has been so true. Hello, I'm Brant Frost, founder of First Liberty Building and Loan. You hear about our family's company all the time right here on this station. For over 30 years, we've been the local lender who said yes when the big banks say no. A couple of months ago, we opened up our First Liberty Notes program to Main Street investors just like you, and the response has been just incredible. Folks from airline pilots to physicians to even pastors are now earning 8 to 13% interest rates while helping to fuel the growth of local small businesses. If you're a qualified investor with a minimum of $25,000, you too could be earning 8 to 13% interest. We'd love to have you join our First Liberty family today. Go to FirstLibertyGA.com and see if our First Liberty Notes are right for you. Go to FirstLibertyGA.com. That's FirstLibertyGA.com.
First Liberty Notes are not obligations of or guaranteed by any financial institution and are not secured by any collateral. They are not FDIC insured or guaranteed by any government agency. You could lose money. SEC accredited investor status must be verified. Securities not offered in any jurisdiction in which it is unlawful.
This is Jonathan Geller at D. Geller & Son Jewelers, where this weekend we're inviting you to our Takori holiday event, where you can shop an extended collection of engagement rings, wedding bands, and new fashion jewelry, all handcrafted in the USA. Takori's collection includes new and trending designs, classic styles with a signature touch, and incredible matching wedding bands. They're fully customizable, so you can try on all your options and have your dream ring handcrafted in time for a holiday proposal, all with the help of the expert team at D. Geller & Son. As always, we have the best loose diamond value in Atlanta, and we'll have an incredible selection, plus jewelers on site to get your new Takori ring ready on the spot. To make it even more special, you can get up to 24 months 0% APR financing, or up to $1,000 back in Amex gift cards. Just like the holidays, this amazing event only comes once a year. So come join us at our Takori holiday event, only at D. Geller & Son, Atlanta's most trusted jeweler since 1939. In Atlanta, Kennesaw, and Sandy Springs. RSVP online at dgeller.com.
Mike Rowe here with a few thoughts on my favorite sweatshirt. A classic zip-up hoodie that used to be navy blue but has since faded to what the fashionistas call a distressed indigo. It's 13 years old, soft as a flannel bathrobe, and after a few hundred dirty jobs, demonstrably and undeniably indestructible. This is the kind of sweatshirt girlfriends like to permanently borrow. But I've held on to this one because I got it from American Giant. American Giant makes all their stuff right here in the USA so they can control every link in their own supply chain. That matters because when you buy American Giant, you not only get great quality, you create jobs for people in factory towns all over the country. No pressure, but if you give a damn about the business of making things in America, you got to support the companies who are doing it right.
Thanks, Mike. One more thing we agree on. Buy American at american-giant.com/Glenn. Use my name and get 20% off your first order at american-giant.com/Glenn.
The stories that matter to you. These are your Georgia headlines. Presented by RBM of Atlanta, your Mercedes-Benz connection since 1964.
Good morning. Here are your top stories in the state of Georgia for today, Wednesday, November 13th. Henry County police are searching for a young girl named Cassidy Cornett, who may have been abducted by Timothy Roberts. Police say the girl was forcibly taken from Scarborough Road in Stockbridge by Roberts. Roberts was last seen driving a green Toyota RAV4 with the license plate SCZ8147. Cassidy is listed as an endangered person, and police are seeking anyone who knows or sees her or Roberts to please call Henry County Non-Emergency Dispatch. Deion Patterson, the suspect in the Midtown Atlanta shooting case, was declared mentally ill and mentally incompetent to stand trial. Fulton County Superior Court Judge Eric Dunaway ordered Patterson to be committed to the Georgia Department of Behavioral Health and Evaluation and Treatment. If Patterson is later deemed competent, he will return to court. If not, the department may retain him for up to 9 months. And in sports, the Georgia Bulldogs have fallen out of the top 10 in the college football rankings after their loss to Ole Miss. The Bulldogs have dropped to the 12th spot in the rankings, giving them an opportunity to compete in the new 12-team playoff at the end of the season. With your headlines, Scott Rhino, Trump 1063.
Can I say one more thing about Pete Hegseth? And I know we talked about it in the last segment, but I just think every time I see this huge tattoo he has on his forearm that just says "We the People," that's somebody that's dedicated to the idea and the principles of America. When you get a tattoo that size on your forearm that says "We the People," that's when you know dude is right for the position. And it's just something that I feel like I should have said 1,000 times before this morning, and I wanted to make sure I said it because it's unbelievable, man. I'm so happy with this pick, especially knowing what we've had with freaking Lloyd Austin. Oh, my God, what a disaster of a Secretary of Defense. A complete disaster. Something that no one in the military looked and said, that's who I want to go fight for. That's a leader that can inspire me, because he can't. He didn't inspire anybody. And maybe everybody won't be as inspired by Pete Hegseth, but I bet the overwhelming majority of the military will.
Well, I think most of the ones that matter will, because the ones outside, like Elizabeth Warren, who, by the way, is, ridiculous, comparing herself as part of the Senate Intelligence Committee, and when it came to dealing with the military, who she says, well, I had 3 brothers that served, and I think that a Fox News guy is a very dangerous thing to this country. That's how ridiculous she is, how insulting she is, because when you look at Pete and you look at his history and his record, you say, this is a man. Now, Lloyd Austin was a 4-star general, is a 4-star general, but what does that mean, Tug, to people?
Not much when you behave the way he has.
Exactly. So I'm really excited about this, because I think you get that morale boost from your soldiers when you go, he's one of us.
I tell you, man, I work for a 2-star admiral. It's not 4-star by any means, but 2-star admiral's a pretty good job. It means you've been really successful in your career. And let me tell you, man, I would have ran through a brick wall for that man. He inspired me every time I spoke to him, and working for him for a full year, my last year in the military, I gained so much respect for him. He commanded the room. He commanded respect. He was a smart man. He was wise in his decision. He was always even-keeled. It didn't matter if things were going terribly wrong or exactly to the way we wanted them to. He never left even-keeled.
There's an excitement when you have a person who assumes a job and they have done it when it comes to boots in the mud. They're D in the dirt, and having had that experience. When I don't know if we ever played it or if anyone's got a chance to listen to it, when you listen to what happened at VMI when they announced that Donald Trump was going to be the president, and all the cadets there in their bunks started going wildly crazy. Like, you could hear them all cheer. There was an eruption of it. By the way, we've had almost the same sort of response when it came to our Border Patrol agents. They recognize the cavalry's coming. Help is coming their way. Hegseth is just like that next step in the excitement over you went and got somebody that, and when it comes to the regular enlisted guy, man, he's been there. He's had that experience with you, and so that is the interesting part about seeing the morale boost that hopefully our military is going to get out of not just the commander in chief, but also who's going to be running Secretary of Defense.
How quick do you think he puts an end to the division in our military, saying, hey, we're not going to talk about trans, we're not going to talk about abortions, what we're going to talk about is the mission at hand, which is national security and protecting this country?
I think it is going to be I think it'll be breakneck speed at the Pentagon. Now, don't get me wrong, there's going to be a lot of people that are trying to undermine. I mean, there's going to be, but that's what that whole new, and I don't have it in front of me, but basically they're going to put together a list of all the high-ranking generals, all the officials at the Pentagon, and go through them. Is this person qualified? How much invested are they in DEI? Will they be a soldier the way they're supposed to be? And if not, they're retired within 30 days.
Yeah.
That's what Donald Trump has announced that he's going to do, and that should make everybody in our military stand up and celebrate just like those VMI cadets. I think it's going to be amazing. I think it's going to be great. Absolutely. We are so back.
I'm so happy.
I'm stealing that line because I've seen it so many times on social media, and but it's so true. And now, like, I'm starting to see everything come together, and I believe it too.
This has been the standard within our military. And remember, I'm speaking about 0.25% of people in this country. Until 2021, if you were trans, you couldn't serve in a fighting unit. You couldn't serve in the military. And in 2021, because we were so enlightened, we made it a point, well, we're going to rescind the ban. All right. That caused so much weird confusion throughout the military and all the ripple effects that caused. If Pete Hegseth steps in and says, yeah, that ban is back in place.
Yeah, we're done with this.
All right. The outcry from the media is going to be, remember, over 0.25%. And a lot of this is that we don't want our fighting men having to, when somebody gets hit on a battlefield, and hopefully they never have to end up there, but if somebody does, you have to figure out, hey, what gender are they so I can figure out what to do?
So dumb.
That's the whole idea. In the fog of war, we're trying to make things easier. I'm not supposed to go, does this one actually have testicles or not?
Oh, my God. Can you imagine? Can you imagine if that's what your focus is, instead of the bullets that are flying over your head, or the aircraft that are coming your way, or the missiles that you're launching, or the mortar shells that you're launching? Can you imagine that being the focus of what you're thinking about? That's going to get you killed. That's going to get the people around you killed, and that will lose you another war that this terrible, this waste of time Pentagon has done in the last, I don't know, probably 50
go get them,
years.
Hegseth.
That's exactly right.
Go get them.
Tear them down, tear it down to the studs, and make things right.
I think this is important, too, for the Ukraine deal and what Donald Trump has said about stopping these wars. You're going to have another person who is not going to sit back like Lloyd Austin did, saying, well, let's play both sides of this. You have somebody who's strong saying, you understand what we can do. You understand the strength of us. You understand when he talks to Iran and everybody else how they're going to go ahead and cut this down. I'm really looking forward to the fact that Donald Trump, I really truly believe he will stop what's happening in Ukraine and stop the death of innocent Russian and innocent Ukrainian people. I think he'll stop what's happening in the Middle East with what they're doing, and I think Pete is going to help along the way. I'm excited for this. I really do. I think we will show why this country should always be run by strong conservative leadership.
I'm going to tell you, man, when they first made the announcement, it came out of the blue. No one expected it. I mean, it was just out of left field.
Huh?
Yeah, we all did. Everybody did. I couldn't believe it. I was just like, what? And I think that one may be the one that I'm most excited about because I know where his values are, I know where his heart is, and I know where his allegiance is. And it's to the United States of America and no one else. You can't replace that.
Nope. Now I sit and I wait for, okay, what are we going to do when it comes to the Department of Justice.
Oh, sure. Yeah, absolutely.
That's the next big one where I'm refresh on Twitter. Refresh on Twitter. Right. Refresh on X. Like, what are we doing here? That's going to be the next big one. Who's the Attorney General?
Yeah, I also want to know where Tulsi's going to end up. I really do. I want to see what Tulsi, gets, tapped with.
Yeah, everybody's got a role in this thing.
I think she's got a really important role, and I think she's a really good, strong leader and deserves something here.
I gotta tell you, man, so far the picks have been right in line. I feel good about all the picks so far. And I expect those that you're talking about, the ones that are still to be filled, you'll have that same sense of these people love America. And I got to tell you, man, that's the most important thing to me. It's not experience. Experience is important. Absolutely it is. But love of country has to be the first thing that comes to mind when I hear these picks. Do they love America the way I love America, the way that Rhino loves America, the way that Los and Bordop, Joey Virgin River loves this country? And if they do not have that first qualification, that first prerequisite, then I'll be disappointed. But so far, I feel like I've seen all that. So the new incoming, I guess, Trump 2.0, in this age, you're going to be able to laugh again. The culture, in my view, has changed from the social justice warriors who punish people for their sins in public, and you had to pay your penance out loud, and then you had to do it over and over and over again. You had to say how sorry you were. You had to go apologize to this person and that group and all these people. That crap's done. That stuff is over. Trump is ushering in this new era where we can laugh again and we can laugh at our differences and still be friends. I think this is so great. That's why Puerto Rican people, like my buddy Eric and my buddy Trey, who are both Puerto Rican, they weren't mad about that garbage joke. No. They've all seen, and Los had brought this up with the comedian, and his name escapes me. What is it?
Hinchcliffe.
Thank you. He's one of those guys that does roast comedy, and we've all seen it, and it is brutal, and it's bitter, and it's hysterical.
I think all comedians are celebrating right now, even ones that, sat back because they didn't want to offend anybody or get caught up in this. I think they wanted to be able to have that open mic in order to be able to say what they want, how they feel, and have a little bit of fun with it. I know Dave Chappelle's going to be happy. I know Joe Rogan obviously is happy with the free speech. And the fact is, we can laugh again. I think Donald Trump has shown the best sense of humor throughout this entire candidacy. The man got in a garbage truck, put on a vest, and had fun with this. He has had fun so many times, and I think Joe Rogan pointed it out best. Dude, you're really funny, and when you stand up, you hold court. Sometimes you may go too long, but you really do have a great sense of humor and understand this.
It was a year and a half ago that I was listening to Rogan. I was on a road trip, and the person who was on, it escapes me at the time, but he talked about how told Joe Rogan, you have actually set up the Alamo for comedy.
That's a great analogy.
That the mothership in Austin was the last place where comics could show up and say whatever they wanted. It was the last stand for free speech and for comedy, because so many of the other clubs, albeit going through the COVID era and some of their restrictions, and then they turned into these areas where, well, you can't make that joke. You can't say that about those people. And the mothership was the Alamo. That was the last stand. To now recognize that we've had a bust out from the Alamo, and now free speech is back. And I give credit to Elon Musk. I give credit to a lot of the podcasters out there. I give credit for Dave Chappelle going on Netflix and saying things that actually had people showing up at his show looking to attack him because he was making jokes. That's his art.
And it's amazing. He's not even a Trump voter.
No, not at all. He's a free speech enthusiast.
Which I appreciate. Like, you don't have to vote for the same guy I do. But I love this because it's so foreign to the perpetually... The folks who are perpetually offended, if I can get it out. The people that are always offended, they're looking for things to be offended by. They have no ability to say anything anymore because nobody pays them any attention.
The discussion always ends when somebody tells me, well, I mean, you talk about free speech. I mean, you can't shout fire in a theater. I say, yes, you can. The Supreme Court found that, yes, I certainly can do that. And guess what? Free speech, the best speech, will always trump okay speech. So if you happen to like using a lot of racial speech, I'm going to sit back and say, well, I'm going to use better speech, and it's going to end up covering you up. That's the idea. You find in free speech, the best speech ends up winning out.
And I'll tell you, as good as I think Trump is going to be for America, he's going to be great for American culture too, and you're already seeing it. Because America's got fantastic culture. You remember a long time ago when they would tell us, well, America don't really have any culture. I mean, we've only been around 200 years at the time or 220 years at the time. These really cultured countries like Italy and France and some of the, like China, that's culture because it's been around thousands of years. No, America's got great culture. And I can't wait till it comes back and it's on its way. The cavalry's coming. 8 o'clock hours brought to you by Central Heating and Air Conditioning, your Atlanta carrier experts. 770-GET-HEAT, centralheat.com. We need almost total honesty from our government, or at least 80% to be exact. Next on the Morning Xtra, Tug Rhino with Los until 10.
So let's enjoy the liberal meltdown for a day or two. Might even watch The View. But can we all get together and try to put this country on a better path?
Catch Neil's commentary every day on Xtra 106.3 and the Xtra app. The future of business in Georgia is bright, and Georgia Power is a driving force behind the businesses and organizations that are vital to the growth of the state. Organizations like Georgia Tech.
Hi, this is Jay Batt, Director of Athletics here at Georgia Tech. The Georgia Institute of Technology in itself is an incredible place. We've got this tremendous history of success. We've got incredible corporations that invest in college football. And for us, that's part of our winning formula. We've got incredible alignment on our campus. We've got incredible alignment from our president to our head coaches to our donors. We continue to invest in the fan experience here in Bobby Dodd. Everything from what happens in-game, from the music to the in-game promotions, it's really an important part of what we do. And we really have tried to expand that game day experience thanks to our partnerships. I think our fans will see continued investment in that game day experience, so we're really excited to continue investing.
To learn more about how Georgia Power is helping businesses big and small, visit GeorgiaPower.com and tune in all year to discover how they're powering the future of Georgia.
What if I told you that you could get the engagement ring and wedding bands of your dreams in up to 10 grand in your hand? Jaron Solomon here from Solomon Brothers Jewelers to announce our incredible Takori Bridal event, November 22nd through the 24th at all 3 Solomon Brothers locations. During this event, we will be offering up to $10,000 cash back on your Takori engagement ring and wedding bands, or 3 years interest-free financing. Your choice. Takori will be bringing all new, never-before-seen, handcrafted pieces that you are sure to love. And we're not stopping there. For the first time ever, Solomon Brothers will be including GIA-certified diamonds during this promotion. So put some diamonds on your fingers and up to 10 grand in your hand during our Takori Bridal event, November 22nd through the 24th at all 3 locations, Buckhead, Alpharetta, and Sharpsburg. Shop us online at SolomonBrothers.com and on Instagram at Solomon Brothers.
No one plans on going to jail, but when it happens, it's important that you know who to call. At A Second Chance Bail Bonds, we believe everyone deserves a second chance. We handle bonds from local to federal for any jail in any city. And in most cases, we can have you or your loved one out of jail in a matter of hours. A Second Chance. It's better to know us and not need us than need us and not know us. Call A Second Chance 24/7 at 404-BAIL-OUT. That's 404-BAIL-OUT or online at atlbail.com.
For the purpose of this commercial, we'll refer to erectile dysfunction as ED.
This is the story of Ed. No one likes Ed. Ed can be a real problem, a real downer. Ed can come between you and your partner. And if you let Ed go unchecked, Ed'll continue to destroy your hanky-panky plans. Ed has taken over your life. On date night, all you can think about is Ed. When you roll over in bed for the morning smooch, there's Ed. And when you're cooking a romantic dinner for your wife, there's Ed in an apron. So how do you get rid of Ed? Kick him to the curb with Total Body Therapy of Georgia. They're Ed experts. They understand what causes Ed to be Ed, and they know how to get Ed going in the right direction. He'll learn to stand on his own with proven all-natural therapies that don't require surgery or downtime. So if you've had enough of Ed, take matters into your own hands. Call Total Body Therapy of Georgia at 404-777-1911. Learn more online at tbtofga.com.
Who doesn't want a great smile? The world seems brighter because it is. Hey, it's a Kimmer. How's it going? You know, that's only one reason to see my dentist, Dr. Dina Giesler at Atlantis Smiles. The other reason, of course, is to take care of your teeth if they're going to make your life miserable. We all know that. But when's the last time you were smiling before you walked in the door like me? Because I know Dr. Dina and her staff are the happiest Kimmer babes you ever saw. We're going to fix me up, and I always take the gas. They tell me my best stories come out that way. And you can actually get a doggy right there, napping in my lap, a little doggy. I said, go ahead, work away. Dr. Dina's a Navy vet, ranked a master dentist, which only 1% can say. She's been doing veneers since before anybody even knew what that was. My first visit was 30 years ago. Cosmetic dentistry, cleaning, bridges, crowns, especially keeping your teeth and gums healthy to last as long as you do. Veterans automatic 10% discount. Just tell them when you call. Atlanta Smiles, 404-262-7733. It's atlantasmiles.com. Your new smile's waiting for you. atlantasmiles.com. Tell them the Kimmer sent you. Ask for the doggy. atlantasmiles.com.
Hey there, I'm Tara, owner and publisher of Our Town Monthly, Cobb's premier lifestyle magazine, where you'll find familiar faces, local voices, and community businesses like Truffles Vein Specialist.
Hi, I'm Holly with Truffles Vein Specialist. We have 5 locations across Atlanta, and even better, our West Cobb location is able to offer same-day appointments right now. We're proud to have been voted Best of Georgia in health and medical time and time again. We specialize in diagnosing and treating DVT or blood clots in the legs and venous insufficiency. If you have leg pain, swelling, heavy or achy legs, bulging varicose veins, spider veins, or pelvic pain, reach out. We'd love to help. We accept most health insurance plans and many treatments are covered. Plus, we offer free vein screenings at all locations. For more information, call us at 678-833-1444 or visit trufflesveinspecialist.com.
Wow, Holly, sign me up. We just love our advertising partners. And remember, our town is your town at Our Town Monthly.
Get connected to Extra 106.3 on all your favorite apps. Then download ours and stream the station across Georgia. We're live online at extra1063.com. Stream live video from the studios on YouTube. And of course, Kimmer, Bortz, and your favorite Extra shows in crystal clear digital on the Extra 106.3 app.
Front Office Lowe's puts together the show sheet every night. And I usually read through it and I, try to make notes and think about the things that we'll talk about in each segment. But when it came to this one, I wasn't sure where he was going. And this is the one that I've been most excited about this morning, where Lowe says we need total honesty from our government, which nobody could argue that, or at least 80%.
We have been talking about the idea of transparency and that the Department of Government Efficiency is going to help give us some of that once it's headed up by Vivek Ramaswamy and Elon Musk. But we still remain to be seen what's going to happen with RFK Jr. and exactly what he's going to head up. There's been the discussions about having oversight over the FDA, over some of our food and drug, obviously, our issues, some of our shop programs, all of our health issues. When we had the whole movement of Make America Healthy Again, that was the direction that we were talking about. My question is this. Do you want full honesty? Because if we were to have someone who heads up this and who was to explain to Americans that the entire game is this, that the tobacco companies purchase the food companies to make sure that you were addicted to food and to basically slowly poison you. All right, is that what you want to hear?
Yeah, well, is it what you want to hear? No. But is it what you need to hear? Yes.
And so, there's that. There is the idea of Pfizer, and this is all public knowledge. It's not, I'm not suddenly making something up out of nowhere. Pfizer and Moderna have both been spending hundreds of millions of dollars to acquire smaller cancer drug companies, in part because what they felt they gave you here in the last few years, they feel like there's going to be an explosion of cancer. When RFK Jr. decides to tell you that what they gave you several years ago is potentially going to give you cancer, and what these companies are feeding you is going to do this. And so not only are these companies giving you the problem, then they also say they're going to help the problem. At what point are you going to be able to take that kind of honesty and recognize that you have been compliant in your own demise?
Yeah, I'm looking.
You want 100% honesty?
Yes, I want
do.
it. Yeah, I want 100% honesty. I want those commercials to stop. I want everything that they're making these drugs look, just so wonderful, fix all our problems, rather than learning about, because one thing I learned about COVID, vitamin D, sunshine, exercise, eating well. That's what I needed. I didn't need vaccine, drug, because that's what we've been doing. They want to put our children on drugs every single day. They want to continue that. And when you start to break down not only just what we're getting in, pharmaceutical companies, but the connection to where they put their money as well. When we find out that the trans movement makes so much money, these doctors and the pharmaceutical companies are the ones that are helping fund that back and forth. I want to see all of it.
So when you have the manufacturer of Ozempic, and you do have a push right now within the FDA, and this is where the Means have gotten involved with this. Callie Means has been really ahead of this, and Casey Means has been ahead of this, and FDR Jr. has been along for the ride on this, talking about how the push has been for the amount of obese children to start having Ozempic be plugged into them at as early as 6 years old. Now, one of the offshoots of Ozempic is kidney issues. Now, does it happen to everyone? We don't know. We'll see. That's kind of what happens, gastrointestinal issues. So all the people that are enjoying the fact that they kind of cut the line, they decide to take Ozempic and they drop some weight and they're feeling pretty good. If you end up with these issues down the road, are you going to want the 100% honesty of FDR Jr., Robert F. Kennedy Jr. basically telling you, the companies that sold you on this made you sick, and now they're also saying they're going to get you well. But you were part of this because you took the shortcut.
You chose. Yeah, absolutely. No,
That's 100% honesty.
I think it is, and I think it's needed, though, because at some point we have to be responsible for us. We have to be responsible for the decisions we make. Yeah. We have to be responsible for saying, yep, you know what? I heard the ad. I heard that laundry list of side effects, and yet I was willing to do it anyway. That's on you.
Sure is.
That's your responsibility. You didn't have to do it that way. Are there extenuating circumstances? Maybe that was the best way, and you and your doctor decide that's the best way. Maybe there is. But in most cases, I believe the more honesty, the better decisions that most people can and will make. There's always going to be people that won't do the right thing. Sure. It is human nature not to do the right thing.
Let me tell you one of the offshoots of this, where some companies, I think, are already making an adjustment based on how they see that the wind is blowing. Do you know that Kraft pulled Lunchables off of the school lunch menu as far as low-income students being, here's your Lunchable? Because they know it's bad for you.
Yeah, man, that stuff is terrible.
And when I told my wife that we weren't going to give my youngest daughter, who loved Lunchables, that we weren't going to do it anymore, and here are the reasons why. That lasted about 6 months. And then she broke down and she bought a couple Lunchables. Then when she saw this information, she stopped doing it again. She needed to not just hear it from me, who, I mean, apparently I have a tinfoil hat and you just can't trust the sort of stuff I'm saying. Right. But it took her 6 months to go, damn, you were right. We shouldn't be giving this to our kids. And it's going to take some of this blatant honesty to tell you you're poisoning your little ones with this stuff. You're poisoning yourself with this stuff.
And if I'm a Democrat, by the way, I want to know why I got COVID, and I have not, as far as I know, because I've never felt it or never needed it. But I want to know why I got it 5 times after taking every booster you've put down my throat. I want to know full transparency.
We already know that.
What was in the vaccine.
It's already out there. You know what I mean?
Well, we know.
Yeah, right.
We know. They need to see it from themselves. They need 100% honesty, because the only way to break this mental virus that they've been under from the Democrats and filled with propaganda and just reiterating it is to be shown the truth. We don't know what was in the vaccine. I want full transparency. There's no ingredient list. There's no side effect list. We need all of that. And the food thing is so important. We don't understand what's in our food. People don't know what propylene glycol is. People don't know what cellulose is. Some of the things we eat are full of plastics, full of things that just make food cheaper. We don't need to make food cheaper. We need to make farming better. We need to be able to make more organic foods at less price. And we need to fix it from every single way. This is what I love about the whole MAHA movement. Make America Healthy Again. Let's redo the USDA food chart and the pyramid. It's wrong. Let's find the right answers. Yes.
So state of California allows for a certain acceptable amount of lead to be in your food. Trace amounts of lead, okay? Lunchables have 74% of the allowable standard in California. It should be 0.
Yeah, you would think.
How is there lead in your food with your Lunchables that you're giving your kid? All right, these are the sorts of things that when I say 100% honesty, hopefully he lays it all out there for you and people start making better choices, or at least at the very worst, give them the information so that they can make choices. When you hear doctors talk about how they'll go through 6 years, 7 years of education before they become a doctor, before they have their doctorate degree, and yet not one class is on nutrition.
Imagine that. The craziness that the guy or gal that's supposed to direct you into the way of being more healthy and doing things the right way have no nutrition classes. That's insanity.
You want 100% honesty? You want
Yes.
80% honesty?
I'm with it, man. I'm 100, dude. I am. I think ripping the Band-Aid off is the most important thing. Take the shock out of it now. When we come back after a Neil Bortz report and a Fox News Day update, what the new right sounds like. This is Extra 106.3.
It's time for the Bortz Report, exclusively on Atlanta's only conservative news and talk station, Extra 106.3.
One of the greatest enemies that Donald Trump is going to face during his 4 years in the White House is the national media. They've been spurned and embarrassed, and they want revenge. They won't quit fighting. I think I have a pretty good example to give you here of what I'm talking about. Donald Trump had a lot of generals on his staff that apparently didn't like him a lot because they were much more woke than he is. They pushed DEI and other leftist woke causes in the operations of their various branches of the military service. So Trump wants to purge these woke generals. So he is going to create what is maybe called a warrior board to review the conduct of officials and recommended names for firing. This board will consist of senior military officials who would have the power to recommend the dismissal of any 3- or 4-star generals that are deemed lacking in requisite military leadership qualities. Okay, so how is the media going to report this story to make it look as bad for Donald Trump as possible? Now, remember the purpose of this warrior board that he's putting together. They're going to review these generals and their wokeness and recommend that some of them be dismissed. In other words, recommend that some of them be fired. And Trump, as the commander-in-chief, has the authority to do that. No questions asked. So I looked at a website last night called The Daily Beast. The Daily Beast is not all that fond of Donald Trump. They're aware of this plan to investigate some of these generals and maybe dismiss them. So how does the headline on their story read? Here you go. Trump plans firing squad for generals he hates. How's that for good, subjective, honest reporting? And that's what Trump will face for the next 4 years. Firing squad? Neil Bortz, Extra 106.3.
You know what makes every diamond unique and special are his 4 C's. It's cut, clarity, color, and carat weight. But do you know what makes Diamonds Direct special and unique? It's our own 4 C's. The first C, concept. Diamonds Direct has revolutionized jewelry shopping by eliminating middleman markups and giving you direct access to the world's finest diamonds straight from the diamond cutters. The second C, choice. Diamonds Direct's multi-million-dollar selection of precious diamonds is unparalleled. And with over 4,000 designer settings to choose from, you are empowered to make a decision that works for your style and taste. Third C, confidence. With a nationwide price guarantee, a free lifetime warranty, our unique 110% diamond upgrade policy, and our no pressure, no risk environment, you have total peace of mind. And the fourth C, community. Every year we partner with local charities and nonprofits with significant donations of time, money, and jewelry to make this a better place for everyone. Diamonds Direct, as unique, as special, and as rare as every diamond in our showcase. Proud to call ATL home. Diamonds Direct, your love, our passion.
Hey, it's a Kimmer. Okay, you're driving along. Suddenly you hear that horrible sound of metal and crunching. It's an accident. Even if it's a little minor fender bender, man, that could be a nightmare. First, obviously, take care of yourself. But before you make a deal with an insurance company or anybody else, call David Van Sant with Van Sant Law. You know why? Because he used to work for the insurance company, so he knows how to get the right settlement and right away. Van Sant Law. Don't forget, if you don't get paid, they don't get paid. Protecting your interests. Insurance is great, but it's complicated. 855-GA-INJURY or vansantlaw.com.
WFOM and W292 EV Marietta, a Dickey broadcasting station. The 9 a.m. hour is presented by Southern Exteriors. Quality and precision you can.
A triumphant return. I'm Chris Foster, Fox News. President-elect Trump is back in Washington, D.C., meeting with House Republicans at a hotel this hour, then back to the White House for the first time since leaving office in 2021 to meet with President Biden.
This is the first time President Biden and Trump will meet in the Oval Office. Biden didn't get the invite 4 years ago. It's the first time they'll see each other since the debate in June. Since then, Biden has called Trump a threat to democracy and his supporters garbage, though the White House claims it was only one supporter. Trump has called Biden stupid and incompetent. White House officials say the president will give Trump his take on how he sees things, like maintaining support for Ukraine.
Fox's Rich Edson. Ukraine's capital has come under its biggest aerial assault from Russia in months.
At least 7 people were killed in Kyiv overnight. A barrage of drones and missiles also damaging buildings and energy infrastructure. All in all, Russia targeted 8 Ukrainian regions with 6 missiles and 90 drones.
Fox's Jonathan Savage. Senate Republicans elect their first new leader since 2007 today, with Mitch McConnell stepping down from that role. A CIA employee is accused of leaking classified information assessing Israeli plans to attack Iran.
The defendant, Asif William Rahman, was indicted last week in federal court in Virginia on 2 counts of willful retention and transmission of national defense information. He was arrested by the FBI yesterday in Cambodia, now being held in Guam, where he's expected to face charges. The New York Times saying the suspect, quote, held a top secret security clearance with access to sensitive compartmentalized information, which is typical for many CIA employees who handle classified materials. He could face 2 counts of violating the Espionage Act.
Fox's Todd Pyro. Consumer prices in October come in 2.6% higher than a year ago. That's up from 2.4% in September, the first rise in annual inflation in 7 months, looking at the Labor Department's Consumer Price Index. America's listening to Fox News.
Our nation's problems have been building for the past 50 years, and they're not going away overnight, which is why we must prepare now for a financial collapse that will affect the entire economy. The good news is there's an easy way to do that. Hi, I'm Dr. Ron Paul, and I believe everyone should consider a gold IRA from the Birch Gold Group to diversify their IRA or 401k. Gold is a proven bedrock in almost every kind of economy. To learn more, get a free info kit from my trusted friends at Birch Gold by texting the word PROTECT to 989898. Don't wait until decades of government irresponsibility come crashing down on your retirement. Get your free info kit on gold IRAs from Birch Gold now. Text PROTECT to the number 989898. That's PROTECT to 989898.
Message and data rates may apply. Extra 106.3 and Fox are red. CNN and CBS are blue. If you want conservative news and talk, we have just the app for you. Search for the Extra app wherever you download apps.
Morning, y'all. Tug, Rhino, and Los on the Morning Extra until 10. This is the bonus hour. In the last segment before the Fox News break, we were talking about transparency. How much do you want transparency from the government? Do you want them to be completely honest with you? And I said yes. Rhino said yes. Los, I believe, said yes, too. And Rick, it has got Rick thinking about it. He's in Cartersville. Rick, what do you say to that question? Do you want full transparency from the federal government?
I do. First off, I want to say I love you guys and love your show. I listen to you every day. We needed Donald Trump back as president. And we need the transparency. I love what he's doing so far.
It's my understanding, Rick, that you feel like you have a COVID vaccine injury.
Like somebody didn't tell you the truth about some things, Rick.
Yeah, back at the end of January, first off, I took the first 2 COVID shots back in 2020, the Moderna shot. Then at the last Monday of January of this year, I woke up, felt like somebody was sitting on my chest, waited for my wife to get up for work, and she took me to the hospital, in which I spent a week in the hospital.
Jeez.
With congestive heart failure.
Oh, my God. You have any heart history in your life?
No, none at all.
Jeez.
And I've read up on how some of these athletes that got the COVID shot have had the same symptoms that I got. But these doctors won't tell me it was COVID from the COVID vaccine.
Right, because they probably were financially incentivized to
push it.
Yeah, to push it, and that's part of the reason why, man.
Thank you for the call, Rick, and I think that's the part that makes me nuts, because we've talked about the importance of vitamin D and the natural things that you can do that would have been a big help. We had Dr. Sabine Hazan, who was on the show, so friend of the show now. That woman published a paper that's now been peer-reviewed, and what she found is that depending on your microbiome, your gut health, you can't get COVID if you had a healthy microbiome, if you had a healthy gut. The problem is that she's been able to correlate that these shots do damage to the microbiome, which means it's easier for you to get COVID. And so these are the transparency issues that we talk about that I think Americans want. If I know that it's fog of war, there's certain things that people did and they were in a full panic, but I haven't changed in 4 years. I was listening to the same doctors that were being silenced and told, you can't say that in public or else we're going to come get you and we're going to get your license. Those were the ones I was listening to. I wasn't listening to what the government was telling me.
It's interesting because I was reading yesterday an article about your gut health. And it said the exact same thing, Los. It was talking about how your gut is basically your second brain.
Yes.
It operates the same way. It tells your body what to do, what to reject, what to keep. And it was so fascinating. I'd never heard it put that way, that it's your second brain, but it controls so much.
And it's a variety of bacteria based on what you're eating. And so the healthier that you are eating, you have healthy bacteria that is helping fight cancers and helping fight illness from your gut moving forward.
I hope that we educate our children in this way, and I hope that's one of the things that we start to put into education and making sure that our children know how to eat healthy. Because I don't. I can admit that. I can't eat well. I don't eat well. My gut doesn't tell me anything, unfortunately, except for, it feeds back in the, you're in the bathroom for this long, dude. Start thinking about the way you eat. Start thinking about your health. And I think it is so important that we really talk to people. These are the kind of things that keep Americans safe. And this is something that we look at and say, hey, let's help people. Let's help people stay out of the hospital. Let's help people that don't need to be on the Affordable Care Act because they have these kind of conditions that are preventable. When we talk about insulin, and I know that, Kamala Harris wanted to take credit for what Donald Trump did, which was make this affordable for seniors. We need to make sure that we're getting people off of type 2 diabetes, the ones that don't need this and don't need to be put on insulin and can fix it right away. We need to really start taking care of our health.
Not a doctor, all right, clearly. But I will tell you that I can tell you the research. And one of the things that has still been true to this day, and I brought it up when we had our town hall, and I would bring it up when I was a guest with you guys, and we would talk about some of these issues that were going on. The Israelis found that you had a 7 times more likely chance of having a bad outcome if you were vitamin D deficient. That's a number below 25. Vitamin D, getting it tested as part of your panel, if your doctor won't do it, you can go get it done for like $40.
Pay the extra.
Just pay the extra, get it done so that you know what your vitamin D level is at, because vitamin D deficiency would have solved so much of this stuff. So even a guy like Rick, who's trying to take care of himself and is like, hey, maybe I should go get the shot, you could have solved so many of issues with an $8 bottle of vitamin D.
But that ain't going to
supplement it on a regular basis. That doesn't going to make it better.
But my thing is that's not going to make Pfizer billions of dollars.
No, it's not going to make them billions of dollars.
So that's the reason they would never recommend that.
And I'll tell you, I did the exact same thing in the spring of I think it was actually spring of 2020. I was listening to these doctors. I went ahead and went and got my vitamin D tested, and it was low. It took me about a month and a half to get it back up to a high level through supplementing it because, simply put, we don't get enough sunlight. We stay inside. That's what we do. We live in the South. It's just kind of how it goes. And so these are the sort of things that I think if you want to tell me that the government's going to be honest with you, let's start with being honest about health.
Mm-hmm. That's where it needs to begin, and that's why I think everybody is very eager to see where RFK Jr. lands as far as the administration goes. You're starting to see Trump fill out his administration. He's going to meet with Joe Biden in the Oval Office today, this triumphant return. Do you think it'll be awkward? I mean, seemingly could be a little bit, maybe a little bit. He did call him a Nazi about, 15 days ago.
Yeah, I know, but I think bygones are bygones when you win the way he did. And I think there is a There is a politics behind this, and I think everybody that gets involved in this knows there's a bunch of name-calling, mudslinging. I mean, it's part of political campaigning for hundreds of years. This isn't something new. I think they sit down because I think Joe Biden has something to offer Donald Trump, and we may not know what it is. It may stay classified. It may stay quiet, but I think this is going to be kind of a, hey, I was wrong. I fell into the trap that Barack Obama and the rest of the elites behind the scenes pushed us to do, the media pushed us to do, and everybody else that's behind the scenes have pushed me and Jill, and we're ready to talk to you about these things. I think they make amends. I really do. I don't think they're going to be best friends, but...
They're definitely not going to be that.
Yeah, but, I think it is kind of... Hey, I respect you. You respect me. Let's finish this off the right way. Here's what we need to do, and here's how we need to make sure that this country is set back in the right direction.
That's a glass half full version of
it.
Man. Which I can appreciate.
All right, let me do the other version. Because I would like to liken this to Kimmer and Bortz, who competed against each other in this market for quite a while, and now it's a matter of a professional respect between the two men. Kimmer also didn't get Bortz's house raided.
Right.
And Bortz didn't use the kind of language that got Kimmer shot.
I'm telling you, man.
Because when I walk into the White House as Donald Trump, I'm going to say, you sent the FBI to raid my home, not some weird property, not some storage bin, my home, my wife's underwear drawer.
My son's bedroom.
My son's bed. You sent your goons to raid my home, and then you used the kind of language that was so incendiary, you got me shot.
And then to try to drop step and blame it on Barack Obama, I mean, that would be on brand.
I'm just kidding, buddy.
Yeah, I was saying that'd be on brand for the Democrats.
Playing politics.
Blame somebody else. But I think it's probably, do I think they'll handle themselves professionally, to Rhino's point? Yes, I do. But I don't believe there is any love lost between the two. Now, Joe Biden probably does feel duped by his entire party because they stabbed him completely in the back. Is there reason for him to be more cordial to Donald Trump than he otherwise would have been? Yes, I do believe that exists. But Donald Trump, I do believe, is probably don't have a lot of love lost for Joe Biden.
I don't think so. I don't think they do. I don't think they like each other. Don't get me wrong. I just think they're politically going to be cordial to each other.
Yeah, no, I think they'll probably handle it cordially.
I think they walk out of there going, finally, whatever, it's done. Yeah.
Well, think about what Donald Trump did the last time he brought up Joe Biden on the campaign trail. It was after the garbage comment. And what did Donald Trump say? It's like, don't blame him. It's like he doesn't know what he's saying.
He's absent-minded.
He basically pet him on the head and said, listen, right now he's eating ice cream and he's laying in bed. Don't blame him for this stuff. Yeah. So Joe Biden was already reduced basically to moron status. Basically your mongoloid status according to Donald Trump already. So it's going to be weird to see them, whether it's a photo op or a video or anything else, to see what goes on at 11 o'clock.
Let's talk about the new right. I want you to hear what the new right sounds like. And then I want you to hear from a woman who is along those same lines. And she's asking women, where have your rights been taken away? And she is insulted that women in the United States even have this lame, silly argument. We'll start with the man who is on the new right.
Do you know how embarrassing it is to women overseas that actually don't have rights? Do you know how embarrassing it is to people who can't grow hair, who have cancer? Do you realize how stupid you look shaving your head because you're throwing a temper tantrum because you cannot murder a child? I don't feel sorry for you in the least. I really don't. It's absolutely disgusting, the movement that you guys are doing, the 4B, whatever. I mean, it's great for conservatives. It's not going to be hard to spot you guys, middle-aged women with bald heads wearing blue bracelets, and yet you want to call conservatives the stupidest party? Let me give you a rundown real quick, since you don't know your rights. You can buy a car. You can buy a house. You have a job. You have the freedom of speech. You have the freedom of wearing whatever clothes you want to wear. You're not told how many babies you have to have or can have. And it all comes down to the same cry of help. Men don't care about us. That's because you're terrible at picking men. And let me end on this. Somewhere out there in the world, somebody just got a notification from a doctor saying that they only have 3 months to live. And you're sitting here whining about one little detail. The world does not revolve around you.
Hear, hear.
Yeah, look, this is the new right. Carlos and I have been talking about the new right for quite some time, and we've been a part of the new right. I think, Tug, we have been bringing you to the new right and making you a little bit more, assertive, in your face and assertive. Absolutely. But this is who we need to be, because it's enough. No more just kowtowing around these idiots. The truth of the matter is this. A cult shaves their head. They get all the same religious little blue bracelets. They do that. That's what a cult does. These people are mentally insane. This mind virus has infected these people, filled them with propaganda that they spout back out left and right, find their like-minded people, and become this cultish idea. Ignore them. Ignore them. They're going to go away. Let them go and play their games. Let them cry. Let them scream. Let's focus on one thing, fixing this country. And you know what? When they come up to you and call you racist, go, yeah, whatever. Go shave your head. Do whatever you want. Don't be afraid of these people anymore.
Janelle King's a better person than I am, because when I told her that what I'm going to be doing is telling people to their face the stuff that they don't want to hear, but they probably need to hear. And she looked at it as, well, we don't want to get in the mud with them. They're already in the mud. The only thing they understand is you smacking them in the face with the mud. Okay, like that's it. That's all. So when that person gets up and posts that video and it causes maybe just a smidge of them to go, I am acting dumb, they're not going to hit that realization by being ignored or by being told, hey, you're doing a really good job there. Way to stand up for women's rights. It's like you're not going to reach enlightenment through that. You're going to reach it with a really, really hard bit of truth.
Yeah, direct message, no doubt. This is a woman who is like, wait a minute, where is it that your rights have been taken away from you now that Trump's been elected?
Liberal women losing their ever-loving minds because Trump got elected again. We need to have a little chat, you and I, okay? Stop it. There is no war on women. You can still walk around Target with your $12 Starbucks latte. You can vote, you can drive, you can start a business. If you're crying that you can't get an abortion for funsies on your lunch break in certain states, that's not Trump's fault, and please get some help. You are spoiled. Compared to many women in other countries around the world, your party has manipulated you into thinking that your rights would be stripped. So let me give you a perspective shift. Women in Afghanistan have actually had their rights stripped. They can't work, they can't get an education, they can't speak without permission, they are covered from head to toe, they can't drive, they can't pray out loud. Do you know how absolutely ridiculous it looks to be crying about rights while living in the land of the free? The Trump administration, they had created a booming economy that benefited everyone, including women. More jobs, lower taxes, and an economic playing field that allowed women to thrive. He's not even back in the White House yet, and he's already appointed Susie Wiles for Chief of Staff, who will be the first woman to hold a position in American history. The people that are instilling fear in you that Donald Trump hates women and he's stripping everything you've ever had, they are doing you a disservice, and you are doing yourselves a disservice by listening to them. The world is not ending. Everything is going to be okay. Please stop shaving your heads.
Please stop shaving your heads.
Just finishing on the punctuation, man, with the exclamation point. But I've seen so many young women in our friend group. There's a couple of the younger. I guess it'd be she's 23 or so.
Yeah,
so
Gen Z.
It's still Gen Z. She is posting every day, and I love this young woman. She's a sweetheart, and she's so smart, but she has bought into everything that this woman is telling you. Please be aware of. And it is, when I read it, and I'm not even a woman, when I read it, I'm like, but what about the women in countries that are actually being taken advantage of, that do not have rights? Let's focus on that, because that's more helpful than anything that they're doing now.
Well, she, too, needs a little bit of hard truth.
No, she does, absolutely. But nobody's willing to give it. Nobody's willing to give it.
Because, and this is where I'm telling you this is different, because that's you. And you are part of a generation, along with me, where we have like a certain amount of standards. As I said on Friday, you will not hear me use the word retard normally. The younger generation has no problem telling these women, especially when she posts, hey, you're retarded. Like, they're going to flat out tell you
100%.
Because they have grown up in the era of Donald Trump. They've grown up in the era of woke politics, and they've rejected woke politics. They're going to tell you hard truth. They're going to offend you in order to break through your mind virus.
I also think a lot of them saw or been a part of this and may have been a part of a little bit of the woke mind virus as well and said, hold on one second. So you have no problem saying the things you do, the hate, all the words that you say, calling people Hitler, Nazis, you calling them the R word, you calling them losers, you calling them all the names that you've been so offended by. So why would you be offended at this point? I love the fact that this woman brought up what she did because, number one, there's no right to an abortion. There's no right to vote. There's no right. All the things that they think are rights, all the things. that they think are constitutional rights aren't really there. And that's the funny part about it. So when you start to break it down and go, you don't understand the Constitution. In fact, when you look back at the Democrats, they're trying to destroy the Constitution, which is why the Supreme Court has to come in and say, that's not a right.
Over and over again.
This is what it really is. And no, you do not have the right to have your debt relieved.
No, your state will ultimately determine, not just when it comes to abortion, but there's a reason why elections are not driven by the federal government. It's a state issue. The state will decide who, what, when, where, why when it comes to elections. Understanding that I have a right to vote. Well, no, you don't.
Unfortunately, you do not. And then on top of that, I love the fact that Donald Trump is talking about moving the education of your children back to the states. I mean, it's all the federalism principle that he is subscribing to that we all subscribe to.
50 little petri dishes. That's
exactly
what we're supposed to be.
Absolutely right. When we continue on Extra 106.3, we have hit a record level of TDS. No, it's not going to end because of the landslide. We played some of the people earlier that have lost their minds, and we'll give you some more of that so you realize that it's not over. 9 o'clock hour is brought to you by Southern Exteriors. They are giving away a brand new roof to a deserving family. If you know a family in need of a new roof, maybe this economic situation that they find themselves in don't allow them to pay for it, and they can't afford it. You can help them out. Nominate a deserving family at southernexteriors.co, southernexteriors.co. The legend Neil Bortz is only on Extra 106.3. Hey, it's Tug, and here's what you missed from the Talkmaster.
If I had a wish for you, I would wish that you had a friend like Bernie Marcus, the founder of Home Depot, who passed away. What he did for Atlanta and Georgia is unmeasurable. A great man. I'll miss him dearly. So will the entire state.
Catch Neil's commentary every day on Extra 106.3 or listen anytime on the Extra 106.3 app.
I just mentioned this, but I think it's worth talking about again because the economy right now is in rough shape and people can't afford the things that they need to buy, much less replacing the roof on their house. This holiday season, Southern Exteriors is doing something truly special with their Home for the Holidays roof giveaway. Until the end of the month, November 30th, you have a chance to nominate a deserving family in need of a brand new roof just in time for the holidays. So many families facing hardships, and a reliable roof over their head is not in their budget. Southern Exteriors is committed to making a difference. It's more than just a roof. It's added peace of mind. It's that place where you make all your family's memories in your home. Come together and make a big difference in some family's life with Southern Exteriors. So if you know a deserving family in need of a brand new roof, nominate them today by visiting southernexteriors.co. The website again, make sure you get it right. It's so imperative that you get this right. southernexteriors.co.
Hey, Roswell. Looking for the perfect bite this football season? Head on over to Nucky's Hoagie's Roswell Corners, where every sandwich is crafted with love by us.
The Sub Sisters,
Stacy
and Shannon. Whether you're looking to cater a football tailgate party or grabbing lunch to go or dining in, we've got delicious Nucky's menu items for you. When you bite into a Nucky's Hoagies, you'll taste the difference. The softest hoagie rolls ever, with the freshest ingredients that'll make your taste buds dance.
Make Nucky's Hoagies in Roswell Corners on Woodstock Road your new favorite sandwich spot.
I know it doesn't feel like it right now, but the cold air is coming fast. That means a couple different things to me and you. Energy bills will be rising and company coming over for the holidays. Dan Watkins here with all Four Seasons garage, entry doors, and windows. It's time to get your house ready for the winter air and your holiday visitors. The good news is that we have you covered for every opening in your home. So call us today to set up a free estimate with one of our amazing sales consultants. They'll help you pick out the perfect garage door, front door, and windows for your home.
What's up, Atlanta? It's Ben Burnett, host of the Weekend Ben Burnett Show. Each and every weekend, right here on Extra 106.3, we unpack all the week's events. We talk about all the issues with a local Atlanta-based flavor. You can catch me each and every weekend, Saturdays at 2 and Sundays at noon. If you ever miss an episode, you can go to the podcast park or wherever you download all of your content, and I'll be right there. Thanks for listening to the Ben Burnett Show, proudly brought to you by Butler Snow.
Hey, it's Kimmer. Let me ask a question. Are you self-employed, self-insured, maybe a small business owner? For those of us who are healthy right now, what happens when you get chronically ill? Could be fine, but that could wipe you out. You think Obamacare is going to help you figure this stuff out? Good luck getting somebody to answer the phone. Well, I got a guy. Steven, the health insurance doctor, has a better solution. It's the non-Obamacare health plan. These plans are available year-round, open enrollment periods, $0 deductibles, no co-payments when you see your doctor. You have the power of a nationwide PPO, whatever that is, to see any doctor, any hospital. The health insurance doctor's clients saving up to 60% over Obamacare, many saving up to $10,000 a year in premiums. The health insurance doctor's been serving Metro Atlanta for decades. Stephen has thousands of satisfied clients. Stephen, the health insurance doctor, will personally answer your call, always help you, and it's free, no cost to you. You don't have to pay him. The health insurance doctor, 678-523-0759. 678-523-0759. On the web, healthinsurancedoctor.net.
The stories that matter to you. These are your Georgia headlines. Presented by RBM of Atlanta, your Mercedes-Benz connection since 1964.
Good morning. Here are your top stories in the state of Georgia for today, Wednesday, November 13th. Henry County Police have located Cassidy Cornett, the young girl who may have been abducted by Timothy Roberts. Police say Cassidy was found safe, and they have also located the man who allegedly took her. Police did not say if Timothy Roberts will be facing charges for kidnapping or any other crime. Dion Patterson, the suspect in the Midtown Atlanta shooting case, was declared mentally incompetent to stand trial. Fulton County Superior Court Judge Eric Dunaway ordered Patterson to be committed to the Georgia Department of Behavioral Health for evaluation and treatment. If Patterson is later deemed competent, he will return to court. If not, the department may retain him for up to 9 months. And in sports, the Georgia Bulldogs have fallen out of the top 10 in the college football playoff rankings after their loss to Ole Miss. The Bulldogs have dropped to 12th in the rankings, still giving them an opportunity, though, to compete in the new 12-team playoff at the end of the season. With your headlines, Scott Rhino, Trump 106.3.
As a matter of fact, Donald Trump has just touched down at Joint Base Andrews in D.C., headed over to sit down with Joe Biden at 11 o'clock. This should be an entertaining.
Joe Biden.
Should be entertaining to figure out what these two talk about. And we know just from media coverage that Joe Biden is going to try to convince Donald Trump to continue sending Ukraine billions of your tax dollars. Something tells me he's not going to bite that one. He's not. I'm not saying that he's going to take everything out and pull the rug out. I think he's going to broker a deal for peace. That's his goal. So whatever it takes to get that done, I do believe he'll be doing that. So I look forward to getting the information that the discussion points for Donald Trump and Joe Biden, because I think it's going to be an awkward conversation.
Wouldn't it be great if Trump, you get that picture all the time of them both sitting in the chairs facing each other like most leaders do. Wouldn't it be great if Joe Biden just fell asleep right away and Trump just took over and ignored him being there and just started throwing things at him and be like, this is why we won. This guy can't even wake up through this and blah, blah, blah. I think it'd be fun. But you know what? I think this is going to be a very cordial kind of, this is political, this is what we do, this is kind of things. I hope Trump comes out and spills the beans, though. I hope he acts like the new right and go, yeah, this is what this guy said.
I hope he takes out a picture of Joe Biden's house and shows it to him and said, this is what we're going to raid next. We're going through your wife's panty drawer just like you did mine.
I understand that you have some documents.
That's right. Yeah. I'm going to go collect them. Maybe myself. I may drive myself over to your house.
Who wants
and collect
to look
the
at Jill's granny panties?
Nobody.
Get out of here.
No, but I think this is going to be more of an awkward. I do believe it'll be cordial, but I do believe it'll be awkward too, because you just 15 days ago, you had Joe Biden calling Donald Trump a Hitler, a dictator, a man that is a threat to democracy, and everybody who voted for him is a threat to democracy. And make no mistake, a lot of people voted for him.
Considering that he went with a woman as chief of staff, and then he selected Marco Rubio, and then he has Vivek Ramaswamy that's going to be part of this new group. he's really not doing a good job of Hitlerism.
He's horrible. What's he doing?
Like all these women and these minorities. I'm like,
groups.
man, the master race is failing on this one.
You are failing miserably.
Wouldn't it be great if he showed up in the garbage vest?
Dude, that'd be awesome. or the garbage truck. It's just roll up
Thanks
at the
for
White
helping
House.
me win.
Dude, rolling up in the White House in a
Yeah.
garbage truck would be,
that'd be
be something
fantastic.
that we've never seen before, I do believe.
he changes the presidential limo from a Suburban to a garbage truck.
he's a showman, so I think maybe there could be some of that. But you're going to see the meltdown continue of the left. We had on MSNBC yesterday, and Los has had it on a little bit this morning too, and they are still beside themselves that America could be so out of touch and vote for a man who's a threat to democracy, all the while not being reflective enough to go, we are the elites that every American that voted for Trump are rebelling against. They don't have the ability to look inwardly.
They really don't. I mean, the TDS is getting to a point where it's actually dangerous, and that's the scary part about it. So as soon as Democrats, they play the game, they do what they want to do until they get caught. Then when they get caught, they spill the beans and they become whistleblowers, which is what I love. I'd love to talk about Supervisor Marnie Washington. She was the Federal Emergency Management Agency supervisor. And she was fired because she was telling subordinates that they must skip over houses with Trump signs, Trump flags, or banners, and saying that why she did that was she was being consistent with agency guidance. And these are not isolated to just her team, but teams all over the country and teams from Florida to Georgia to North Carolina that were told because they have a Trump sign. Didn't matter. They were not going to see those houses because they thought maybe they'd be a threat.
And this thing goes so deep. And I do believe that it's not just her. I believe she was all in favor of it. I think she was fine with it. She obviously
Until she
didn't
got caught.
until she got caught. But I think this is so deep throughout FEMA. You saw it in the failures in Hawaii. You're still, to this moment, seeing it in the failures in North Carolina, Western North Carolina, and East Tennessee. And on top of that, Lowe's, you have these people that are furious. And that was one thing that she kept trying to point out. Well, these people were aggressive against us. They're aggressive because they know you're not there to help.
All right, so here's the truth. Most of the time, FEMA's not going to be able to help you at all.
Mm-hmm.
If you
you've been through it.
If you have insurance, they're just going to move on. It's basically what they just flat out tell you. There's no help they can give you, and they move on. So, as a policy, they looked at it as, why have the fight if there's a Trump house there? Somebody who's obviously probably going to be anti-government anyway. So I get it. But that doesn't mean that you have to bypass them.
Correct.
You should still find out, do they have insurance? Can we be of any help to you? And yes, you're probably going to have to take some crap when they say, yeah, I have insurance. Okay, the federal government can't help you. And more than likely, they're going to yell at you more so than a Harris household.
I don't believe that. I don't believe that because you know what? I've seen Democrats act way worse. I see them screaming and yelling and crying and breaking windows, tearing down their cities, lighting places on fire when they don't get their way. So I don't believe this. I believe this is derangement syndrome. Am I saying that not one Trump supporter was upset that their entire house and life was destroyed and FEMA wasn't there to help? No, I understand that, but they're not the only ones. Harris supporters, people with Harris, or people without signs that they don't know whether they're Trump or Harris, I guarantee they yelled at them too, because this is very hard for a lot of people to have their homes destroyed, to be told they can't get outside help, and then also when FEMA comes, they say, well, we have nothing for you. We can't do anything. Here's your $700.
I'm going to make this a sports comparison. Let's say, Tug, you're out trying to sell season tickets to the Falcons, and there's a handful of houses that have a Saints flag in front. What do you think the chances are?
Not very good.
And so that's what FEMA was doing. Now, they shouldn't be doing it,
No,
and
of
it
course not.
sucks.
Yeah.
Okay, but you're not
that's what
selling
they were
anything.
doing. But I'm just making an analogy, pointing out to you the reason why they decided to bypass these places, because they didn't want to have the argument that they were going to have with other people.
Well, they don't know they're going to have that. That's a derangement syndrome.
Yes.
You selling tickets to a football game is not the same. If you're saying that, hey, there's a bunch of Falcon fans and Saint fans, and all of a sudden there was an emergency and a flood in the street and everybody's water was turned on except for Saints fans, then you got a problem, or then it's the same analogy.
You're missing the point.
I'm not missing the point. You can't judge somebody just because they have a Trump sign and say, they're going to fight me.
What I'm saying is they did.
Of course, and that's wrong.
But that's what they did.
But that's what they did.
And I'm explaining to you why they did it.
And I think the other thing is that those folks that they bypassed, you're right, they were going to be angry because they don't trust the government. On the flip side, like Harris supporters, they've been so indoctrinated to they're told that you must trust the government.
Mm-hmm.
That's where you must go worship. The likelihood of them revolting or being angry because the government's not going to help them is probably surprising to them. But I bet it wasn't until after those people were gone that it all set in, and then they got pissed. The Trump families, the people that supported the Trump, Trump as the president, they were loaded for bear, knowing that these people were coming. And the minute that they said we can't help, they're going to lose their mind.
When you have the federal government tell you, when you are sitting there in a house that is wrecked, and they say, "Oh, you have insurance? All right, well, get in touch with your insurance carrier. We're not going to be able to help you." There is this feeling of, I can't begin to describe the amount of anger that hits you when you say, I pay taxes here, I'm a legal citizen here, and you're walking over to the next house. And what ends up happening, it's one house after another of, I have insurance. Now, the fight, more than likely, is going to come from me. It ain't going to come from Aunt Peg.
No,
the fight's going to come from me.
She's been told the government's great. They're coming there to save you. And it doesn't, and that's, I think, what I was trying to say is, the fact that it doesn't set in for them until later. They're like, wait a minute, the government came here and then they didn't help? I was told on MSNBC that they're going to help. They're the answer to everything.
But they prejudged the entire factor based on the situation, knowing we're going to be giving people bad news. These people won't take it as well. And that sucks, but that's what they did.
Yeah, and I understand that. But this came down from the top all the way down to this woman. She was told to do this without any kind of evidence whatsoever that these people were flipping out. It was an assumption that if they come, these people are going to flip out. Again, there were so many reports of people who were Democrats that were flipping out saying, hold on one second, we've supported you this entire time, and you're not doing anything but $750? It wasn't just Trump supporters. Was it a majority? Maybe. I don't know. But I haven't read the reports on that, and from what this own woman said is that, hey, they came to us saying don't even worry about it, don't even go. They just ignored. They didn't know just because somebody didn't have a sign didn't mean they weren't a Trump supporter either. So this is a ridiculous statement that came down, and this is why this entire government needs to be taken apart, ripped up, and not allowed to have any kind of partisan people involved in this at all.
And by the way, if you look at the swing states, North Carolina was one of the first that Harris bailed out of because of how bad they were getting beaten because of the federal response. As much as they might have thought to themselves, hey, if we don't help these people, it might help. David Axelrod was one of them who brought up, hey, they'll have a harder time getting to the polls. No, they didn't. They actually...
Because they had incentive.
They got their butts kicked in North Carolina.
They had incentive.
And if you don't want to be if you don't want to be attacked, pick a different job if you can't handle it. You should be trained because you know what? It doesn't matter your affiliation. In any kind of disaster, it doesn't matter who they are.
I don't think
People
anybody's excusing that part.
No, I know. I'm not saying that.
She talked about how they're trained in de-escalation. The problem is, if you're trained in de-escalation, then you should not be trying to avoid de-escalation.
Yeah, right.
Exactly.
They avoided de-escalation entirely.
They made it worse. Now they've made it worse.
404-741-1230. Billy's in Canton. What's up, man?
Billy.
Hey, man. What's going on, buddy?
Good morning, Billy.
Good to hear from you, Billy.
Good morning. So the whole block is destroyed, right? And you got some that have Trump signs, and they've got insurance possibly. Those people are still going to need something to eat. And, FEMA stopped everybody from helping each other up there. And I just think it's kind of lousy.
No, it is. Nobody's excusing it.
And that's the thing, Billy. They don't give you any food. They don't do all they're doing. They hand you a card with a number to call, and here's the paperwork, and they say visit this website. That's all they're there to do. And so you get help from your neighbors. Those are the people that come in are the ones that help. Yes,
the private industry.
If you think FEMA is going to somehow hand you over like here's a week's worth of meals, that's not what they're there to do. And so the amount of anger that occurs, there are people, when I was all over the Panhandle of Florida, they were seeing red every single day.
Yeah. They're not supposed to bring you water. They're not supposed to find you the things that you need. Because that's exactly what they're supposed to be doing. And not only that, the same people with the Trump ones, they're the ones paying your salary. You're being paid to de-escalate. You're being paid to be at every single one of those houses. You can't sit here as a Democrat and tell me you're for all of Americans and then avoid houses. This is the biggest BS excuse I've ever heard, that it's a de-escalation technique and we don't have to deal with this. I don't believe any of it. It's not just Trump people. It's everyone that needs to be affected because they're paying for you. And if you can't do the job and your only job is to do that, and then change jobs. Sorry, change jobs. You don't deserve to be there.
It was more than a year before the Florida Panhandle ended up getting subsequent help that was passed through Congress. So those people sat when they got through their little tiny bit of FEMA money, if they got any at all, and looking at the federal government saying, okay, where are tax breaks or anything else? What else are you going to do to help me out? And Nancy Pelosi played games with it because before Florida turned really red, it used to be you got through Miami-Dade County, and it looks like the Democrats are going to win. Then it would get to the Panhandle, and suddenly the Republicans would win. They looked at it as maybe we can starve them out of there.
Right.
Fail.
Right.
And it was a year before they passed subsequent legislation to help.
Yeah, and it's, dude, this is a kind of bureaucracy we need to eliminate. And I hope that FEMA gets looked at by Elon Musk and Vivek and says, what a waste. You know what? We don't need 100 people that won't even really canvass neighborhoods. Why do we put a tent up and say, if you need help, come to the tent then?
Well, that's exactly what they did. In the back of grocery store parking lots, so nobody even knew they were there.
They don't make it easy to find them either.
Of course not.
They're scummy.
They have, in fact, no desire to help.
I don't think I saw FEMA until like the 4th or 5th day. Saw everybody else. FEMA was like the last one I saw. And I was like, okay.
So we don't need them.
Awesome.
We don't need them.
Look, they continually
They're obviously
fail.
worthless.
They continually fail. It will be a department that needs incredible restructuring, no doubt about it. Just as a reminder, Joe Biden is still the president. And we had a Biden blunder yesterday. I bet you hadn't heard about that in a while. It was because he's been in hiding. They didn't want him on the campaign trail. Next on the Morning Extra on Extra 106.3.
The legend Neil Bortz is only on Extra 106.3. Hey, it's Pete, and here's what you missed from the Talkmaster.
It seems somebody done us all a favor by producing a list of all of the celebrities that promised they would leave America if Trump won. You want to hear it? I'll read fast. Adam Baldwin, Whoopi Goldberg, John Legend, Chrissy Teigen, Rob Reiner, Barbara Streisand, Cher, Nancy Pelosi, Hillary Clinton, Megan Rapinoe, Tom Hanks, Amy Schumer, AOC, Lady Gaga, Taylor Swift, Bill Gates, Jane Fonda, Madonna, Mark Ruffalo, Kim Kardashian, Bruce Springsteen, George Clooney, Hunter Biden, Oprah, Robert De Niro, Samuel L. Jackson, Miley Cyrus, Travis Kelce, Rashida Tlaib, Stormy Daniels, Anthony Fauci, George Soros, Eminem, Ellen DeGeneres, Sean Penn, Sharon Stone, Ashley Judd, Tommy Lee, Bryan Cranston, and Billy Joe Armstrong. Who dat?
Catch Neil's commentary every day on Extra 106.3 or listen anytime on the Extra 106.3 app.
Lee Brandt Jewelry and Watch Company, where quality and value make the difference. Locally owned and located in Sandy Springs, offering you the finest selection of unique diamonds, sapphires, rubies, and emerald jewelry, as well as other fine gemstones. Lee Brandt Jewelry and Watches has been servicing Rolex watches for over 30 years, and their Rolex-trained watchmaker will service your watch in their state-of-the-art Rolex service center in their store. Lee Brandt uses only genuine Rolex parts, and their estimates are free. Drop by Lee Brandt in the Trader Joe's Shopping Center in Sandy Springs or visit LeeBrandt.com.
You may know that ATL Turf Co. has become a leader in artificial grass design and installation services, but you may not know that ATL Turf Co. is a large artificial grass distributor. We only sell U.S.-made, premium name brand turf at factory direct pricing below wholesale. And now we're open to the public with large inventories of lawn and landscape, putting green, athletic, and pet turf on sale. Plus, all remnants are on sale for only $1 per square foot, direct from Dalton to our warehouse in Kennesaw. Visit atlturfco.com to learn more. ATLturfco.com.
Tune into your new favorite show that's redefining the A to Z's of marketing, the Marketing Madmen. We'll take you behind the scenes of successful campaigns and reveal the strategies that win. We're not just talking about marketing, we're making it happen. From viral content creation to leveraging AI for customer engagement, our experts bring you to the cutting edge of industry. This is your playbook for market dominance. Tune in and transform your approach with actionable tips that could skyrocket your ROI. The Marketing Madmen every Saturday at 4 p.m. right here on Extra 106.3.
When it comes to protecting your assets and ensuring peace of mind, trust the expertise of Nelson Elder Care Law. Our Absolute Protection Trust is designed to provide unparalleled asset protection. Visit NelsonElderCareLaw.com to discover how our specialized services can safeguard your family's future and assets, offering you the assurance you deserve. NelsonElderCareLaw.com.
Get ready for Real Talk on the Janelle King Show, where we tackle kitchen table topics that are banned from family gatherings, but crucial for a strong republic. Tune in every Saturday at 3 p.m. and every Sunday for an encore episode at 9 a.m. And if you can catch us live, great. But if not, no worries. New podcasts drop every Tuesday on the Podcast Park right here on Extra 106.3 or wherever you get your podcasts. Join us for insightful conversations that matter.
Who doesn't want a great smile? The world seems brighter because it is. Hey, it's a Kimmer. How's it going? You know, that's only one reason to see my dentist, Dr. Dina Giesler at Atlanta Smiles. The other reason, of course, is to take care of your teeth if they're going to make your life miserable. We all know that. But when's the last time you were smiling before you walked in the door like me? Because I know Dr. Dina and her staff are the happiest Kimmer babes you ever saw. We're going to fix me up, and I always take the gas. They tell me my best stories come out that way. And you can actually get a doggy right there napping in my lap, a little doggy. I said, go ahead, work away. Dr. Dina's a Navy vet, ranked a master dentist, which only 1% can say. She's been doing veneers since before anybody even knew what that was. My first visit was 30 years ago. Cosmetic dentistry, cleaning, bridges, crowns, especially keeping your teeth and gums healthy to last as long as you do. Veterans automatic 10% discount. Just tell them when you call. Atlanta Smiles, 404-262-7733. It's atlantasmiles.com. Your new smile's waiting for you. atlantasmiles.com. Tell them the Kimmer sent you. Ask for the doggy. atlantasmiles.com.
Love having a true conservative news and talk station in Atlanta? Then spread the word. Tell your family and friends to download the Extra 106.3 app and stream the Morning Extra, the Kimmer Show, and Atlanta's biggest lineup of conservative voices.
Trump is back in D.C. for his meeting with Joe Biden, and maybe you forgot that Joe Biden was still the president. I mean, they kicked him off the campaign trail. He's not been available. You've not seen him. The first time you've seen him in weeks after they kicked him off the campaign trail was on Veterans Day on Monday when they went to Arlington, and it was he and VP Harris, and it looked very awkward. And Peter Doosley actually asked Karine Jean-Pierre, the press secretary, if it was awkward, and she was like, no, nothing awkward at all. Why would it be awkward? I don't even understand your question.
Super awkward.
So awkward, just like the meeting between Trump and Biden is going to be awkward today, but in a good way. But if you've forgotten that Joe Biden was the president, let me play you this little Biden blunder to remind you.
President Biden, do you think that you can get a hostage deal by the end of your term?
I think you can get hit in the head by a camera. All right.
What? I mean,
thank you all.
It just went nowhere. Do you think you can get a hostage deal done by the end of your term? Do you think, his response, do you think you could get hit in the head with a camera behind you? That is prime Joe Biden. Man, he's back just in time for it to be over.
Look, in this meeting today, Donald Trump, as he's getting there, I hope he puts like his iPhone or something in his pocket and just records this whole conversation and plays it, because it will be a complete disaster. It might be a lot of fun. Poor Joe Biden. He's been put through the ringer. I mean, they installed him. Yeah, he was installed in 2020 knowing that he wasn't healthy. His wife put him up to it knowing he wasn't healthy. They've allowed him to unravel in front of the entire world, not just this nation. And this is what we get. He's still the president. And this is scary. Luckily, we have Donald Trump, who is able to get these briefings that we need, especially when it came to national security, so he can make phone calls and say, hey, listen, we have nobody leading this country right now. If you mess with me, just know we're going to make sure it happens.
Biden is so awkward. He's a man on an island. He doesn't really have a party anymore. No, he's the president.
He didn't have a place to be, though.
In office only, but... You know, it's not like you can look at your closest confidants, the Nancy Pelosi's of the world, and go, I've known Nancy for 40 years. We've been running this town. We're together. We're simpatico. No, you're not. Nancy got rid of you. Obama got rid of you. You know, it's got to be strange. Maybe there will be some sort of weird alliance with Donald Trump, but given their history, I don't know.
It's going to be tough.
I don't know.
But the whole an enemy of my enemy is my friend, or if I said that correctly, you know what I mean, I hope. is the fact that you can partner with an enemy as long as that you have the common enemy. And they do in Barack Obama and in Nancy Pelosi and all the people that you just labeled. So maybe that bridges a little bit of a gap. I mean, he has been very vocal in inviting him to the White House, and now they're sitting down. Joe Biden said he will be at the inauguration. You know, that's eating the folks up at MSNBC and at CNN and ABC and NBC and CBS. They are livid that Joe Biden is being so kind and inviting to Hitler, to the dictator, the worst man on earth, a threat to democracy. All of a sudden, they're going, well, you can't do that. You can't be nice to that guy. He's awful. He's terrible. And Joe's like, I got no reason not to at this point. Maybe he will pardon my son. Maybe he'll pardon my family. Maybe he won't investigate all the corruption that I have in my background if I'm just kind to him here. And look, maybe that'll be the case, because I think Donald Trump's going to be so focused on, laser focused on getting America on the right track that he's not going to have time to focus on that stuff. And it doesn't mean that it doesn't deserve to be focused on or doesn't deserve to be prosecuted. It just means the timing isn't right for it.
No, he's going to do a great job. I love the cabinet picks. I love what he's doing. He's moving ahead. He's probably already got, because, you know, your first the first days after the election, you have a lot to do. Obviously, figuring out who you're going to get for the cabinet, how you're going to vet them out, what you want, all of that. The second thing you need to do is start preparing your executive orders. Day one, you're going to launch a bunch of executive orders. It's not just, hey, Donald Trump's, I'm going to do this. No, it needs to be written out. It needs to be ready to be signed. They're briefing it. They're going to redo it. All this is going into effect. So day one, he can be a dictator and go ahead and start making sure that we're drilling, making sure that energy is coming back, making sure that prices are coming down, making sure that the American people are safe by securing the border. I'm very, very excited about what's going on.
Feels like today is like a hostage negotiation. You know? It's almost a matter of, all right, you turn loose this person, I'll turn loose that person. I promise to help your son out down the road. It has all of that feel, right? Mm-hmm. I mean, this is what you're getting together for.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I wonder how many people called in sick today.
Oh,
at the White House. Can you imagine?
I can't even get a safe space here.
I can't breathe. Oh,
it'd be great if Trump is like, why is this man serving me tea in a dress? And then Joe goes, that's Jill.
Exactly right, man. So, yeah, it should be the what we find out about this meeting should be relatively entertaining. I'm hoping Trump just I hope he's just himself.
Yeah,
because that'll be enough.
Yeah. Have you talked to Big Mike lately? How's he feeling? Just kind of things like that. Throw them out there.
I mean, do you ask the question of, so what political allies do you have left?
Yeah. Right?
What they do to you?
His answer is going to be, I don't have any. And everybody knows that. He knows that. He's done.
Your vice president stabbed you in the back.
Yeah. What? And you kind of, but, I mean, maybe it's deserved because he did stab his own party in the back when they pushed him out.
He also made a point. Take Kamala Harris.
Because I know she can't win.
She'll be great. Kamala's got this.
My full endorsement. So it is.
And she's black. Pick her.
It's been a give take for sure with the Democrats. I mean, it was not pretty. And look, do they have the ability to reflect on what happened and get the party even pointed toward center? I don't believe they do.
He actually had the nerve to tell everybody, oh, no, she was right involved with all the things you don't like.
She did it all. But the problem is,
great.
What's so bad, or what's even worse is, what I should say, is the fact that she agreed with it.
Yeah.
I was there for everything. I was the last person in the room in Afghanistan. I wouldn't change a thing.
That was the best part. You know, talking to Joe and the botched withdrawal, and he goes, after she's already been installed. Yeah, she was the last one in the room. Her decision, you know.
She said it too.
There you go.
That's the thing. It wasn't just Joe.
Oh, yeah.
She said it too. I was the last person there.
Yeah. Oh, no, I'm not going to be the same as him. Yeah, she is. Oh, shut up, Joe.
This was so engineered to think that we started this entire process in July with the media saying, well, she wasn't the border czar. To the point now where we are sitting an hour out from Donald Trump being in the Oval Office meeting with Joe Biden and him basically telling him, so we've been through a lot the last few months, huh?
Yeah.
And now I'm going to be the president.
I know it breaks your heart, and I know you think I'm a threat to democracy, but you know what? it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Nothing you say matters. No one listens to you. No one pays attention to you. You have no role. You are going to fade away as the worst president of all time. He didn't have to say it. Joe already knows it.
Of course.
Everybody, every Democrat already knows it. And that's what they propped up. They told you for 4 years that he was just fine, knowing that he wasn't.
Remember when I said that the only reason that we haven't heard yet about Joe stepping down is they're still trying to figure out how they're going to be protected, whether Hunter's going to be protected, the rest of the family's going to be protected, his brother, all the ones that were corrupt. I think this meeting's about that as well. Donald, this is what I need. This is how I need help. They turned on me. This is what they're threatening to do to me. This is what they're going to do. Here's where I need some help, too. And I'm going to make sure to help you. What do you want me to do before I leave?
Maybe. That'll probably be in a more private conversation, maybe as they go out to the Oval Office when they sit in there. That'll be in the hallway ahead of time before the cameras and all the photographers. But look, it could be.
I don't think he's an ally. Don't get me wrong. I think they're going to work out for whatever they want, because Biden's still doing the bidding of the Democrats. He's still pushing and saying, hey, here are all these judges we need to get in place before we lose all power. Here's everything we need to do. We got to try to do this, that, the other. We've got to save face here for the Democrat Party. So we're going to try to push, and we need to set protections up, and that's what they're doing right now. And they're going from state to state to state to make sure that they put in the judges that they want so they can continue their unconstitutional rulings. But at the same time, I think Joe Biden's kind of sick of it. So he'll play the game up to the point where he can get out and be safe.
I don't know that he's sick of it. I think he's just now playing for whatever's best for him.
Or he doesn't know,
He doesn't have to worry about the Democrats because they're not on his side. He doesn't have to worry about Trump because he's not trying to help him. He's trying to help Joe Biden.
He's got a few more months as the most powerful person in the world, and Joe's going to do what Joe always does, what is to him and his family's benefit.
That's exactly right. 100% correct. That'll do it for us. 9 o'clock hour brought to you by Southern Exteriors, your home exterior solution. They're doing a roof giveaway. If you know a deserving family that is economically in a position where they can't afford a new roof, but they need it badly, go and nominate them for a new roof giveaway for the holidays from Southern Exteriors. The website is southernexteriors.co. Nominate a deserving family for a new roof at southernexteriors.co. For Rhino, Los, and Board Op Goey Virgin River, my name is Tug. Y'all come back now, you hear? The Kimmer Show is only on Extra 106.3 every weekday afternoon on your drive home.
She has been handed every single thing because of who she is and what she looks like, not by any accomplishment she did. She would be the first black American woman to win, but she didn't win, did she?
Nope.
She was appointed. She didn't get elected by the people because she didn't earn it.
The Kimmer Show, every afternoon from 3 to 6 p.m. on Extra 106.3 and the Extra app.